Hello, everyone. We're a bit late right now, but it is time to watch the United States versus Malaysia match that's currently ongoing. I'm Azer, and I'm joined by Chili Pair. How are you doing today?
Good evening. A little bit of a scuff stream tonight. You know, we're joining the United States and Malaysia a little bit late on their match right here today, but we're here as usual, and we'll be casting a lovely match between these two teams here. Unfortunately, already started just a little bit here. We had the United States winning the role as a recap. United States banning Nomad 5 Time Machine, Malaysia banning Double Time 2 Darkish, and United States winning their first pick Hidden 2. We are now on to Malaysia's first pick, Freemod 1 BS Power Explosion. Fun start.
Yeah, we did see the Hidden 2. Well, technically we didn't see it, but that did go really handily in the USA's favor, with Kablaze getting 500s, notably.
So a good 1 million score lead for them, and already a decent lead with Wuha and Zigati finding some breaks at the beginning of BS Power Explosion here. The Hidden player and the Nomad player, Hard Rock on Rampex, still looking pretty strong. Kablaze with the Hidden Hard Rock and the overmodding in the United States overall with Airyu and Fiery Ridge. Vaxei, of course, on the Nomad. He's going to be bringing up the big combos for the United States here. It's always good to have the early guaranteed FC on your side. Malaysia trying to do something very similar with Shane Leong here, who is being very successful with it at 99.33, matching Vaxei.
I'm actually kind of surprised there's not that many mods on this. I guess Vaxei is just so consistent it doesn't really matter. But this is definitely one of the free mod picks where you'd expect a team as good as the USA to just run more than 4 mods on.
Yeah, I mean, I could have definitely seen a couple of extra Hidden Hard Rocks, especially on players like Airyu and Fiery Ridge, who are good enough at throwing the Hard Rock and the Hidden on for it to make sense, but I guess the United States might just be going for the overall score today rather than the big power plays in a round of 32 match. This is the number 1 seed versus the 32nd seed match right here. The United States, the current favorites, I guess, after their kind of a rampage through the tournament last year. Rampex with the Hard Rock does find a break as well as Zigati. Wuha recovered very well from that early break with the Hidden. Unfortunately, really the only player.
It's actually 4 FCs to none right now, so let's see if they can actually keep this up. Nope. Okay.
All right, well.
That was a very random note to miss on. Thanks, guys.
Thank you for the miss from Airyu and Fiery Ridge right at the exact same time there at the ending. So a good play. Kablaze really putting it forward there with the HDHR FC, and Vaxei, of course, with the Nomad. Good combo there. Wuha tried to match up with Zigati there at the ending. Unfortunately, you don't really come back from a deficit that high with the United States almost 4-way FCing to the end of the map, essentially with scores that are equivalent to 4-way FCs, because Airyu and Fiery Ridge's accuracies were very, very high there. So the United States will be up 2-0. And the United States... Oh, that was the United States' pick. I totally had it flipped. So the first pick was Malaysia's, and the United States had that last pick. So Malaysia is going to have this next one here. None of the bands and everything on the screen.
Yeah, well, kind of... It's quite hard to actually decide what you end up picking or banning when... I mean, you got to be honest, right? It's the top seed versus the last seed. Very clear when you're very clearly underdog. It's a little bit hard to decide. And even then, like looking at the qualifier scores, there isn't really anything that like stands out too much, or that was even that close. Like on average, for the qualifiers, the USA had 1.3 million more score. That's quite something.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't too much that they could have probably recovered from. Most of the qualifiers' discrepancies were pretty big, you know, plus or minus a Hard Rock at 777k was the closest. But, you know, when you're going up against the United States, who #1 placed in qualifiers on Nomad, Hidden, and Double Time, with the exception of getting second on Hard Rock, there is not much, I feel like, on an early round pool that you can come in very confidently with, given the fact that this map pool is not difficult enough for them to, you know, have much of a difference from qualifiers.
Yeah, I'm actually, you know what I'm really interested is just looking at this Malaysian roster. Pretty much everyone on this roster has some level of experience. This is Rampax's 4th year playing. It's Cloud Viper's 3rd year. Pretty much everyone except for Haruchi and Nada Weeb have played in the OWC before. And we did see USA drop a map last year in Rata 32, right? So
That's possible.
I believe. I don't know about you guys. I believe.
I believe Malaysia can take a point today. I'm actually gonna attempt to track down the map that the United States lost a point on last year. Let me see if I can find the map that they dropped that on. We have the United States versus Turkey. We will find... So the United States actually lost the alting pick last year on Oedo Randu in round of 32. So Malaysia, heads up, alternating might be something you want to look for here today. They're going to be picking Gensho no Satellite as their next pick here. This is not the worst pick you could have gone for. Malaysia went for a free mod to start off the match, and the United States went for a free mod to start the match, and Malaysia are going to continue it.
Yeah, and again, not too much mods on here. Although this is probably a harder map to mod in relation to Free Mod 1. But yeah, again, I mean, Kablaze just has the extra hidden. Because why not, I suppose.
Yeah, Kablaze is really powering out strong. She's finally gotten the opportunity to show her stuff in OWC. And with 2 FCs on the match thus far. All right, and I'll shut up now. Kablaze has finally found a break.
Malaysia have a lead.
Yeah, this is... Oh, and Fiery and Shin Liang trade. So it's 1 FC to 2.
This is not the map I would expect this on.
Yeah, this is not the hardest map in the pool, so I guess maybe this was Malaysia's opportunity of just to out-combo United States, maybe exerting themselves a little bit on the modifications here, but definitely a couple awkward misses for them right now. So Malaysia has all the opportunity in the world to run with this with halfway of the map. Such a good play from Wuha right now on the hidden 99% accuracy, besting all of the other mod players by a decent amount in accuracy. Fiery Raid's the next closest. There goes Kablaze again. What? I don't know what's happening right now. All right, very, very uncharacteristic of Kablaze. She does not normally put up 94%. Oh, it was a Bancho miss, but that was an actual break.
And Cloud Viper, no, that was actually okay. What about that one? That was the same thing just happened again, I believe.
That had to be a break.
Still a huge lead though. The map is pretty much done, and it's 200k in the favor of Malaysia. We're actually gonna see Malaysia take a point off of the USA, and oops is the statement.
It happened again. The 32nd seeded team takes a point against the #1 seeded United States for the 2nd year in a row. This year, Malaysia gonna get themselves on the board in a very solid, timely fashion here. 2-1 now. This is Malaysia, you know, as far as score is concerned right now, they're still in this.
Yeah, and pretty good performances. I think notably Wuha like recovered really well. You missed, I think, like the 20 or 30 combo in or something, but did everything else just fine. very good performance off of out of Malaysia there, and I mean, it's a good statement to just come in here, face the strongest team of the tournament in many people's eyes, and be able to take a point off them.
That was a strong showing from Malaysia overall. Those 2 FCs until the end of the map almost. Definitely something you want to see on an earlier stage of this tournament here. Being able to have the consistency to have a couple of FCs on the board is something very necessary in these early rounds. We've seen a lot of teams putting up, I mentioned earlier, 3, sometimes even 4 FCs. We saw Japan earlier today with 2 maps that they 4-way FC'd. So, to kind of hang with the big boys on this tournament, you really need to have the overall consistency to run with here. And United States really going to stick to their strong suits here with the no mod 2 pick.
Yeah, speed battle coming in. For the Malaysian side here, we did see a pretty good performance from Shane and Haruchi in the qualifiers. Haruchi probably going to be in for this, playing his first map of the World Cup.
So this is United States' chance to get themselves up to that 3-1 lead and to continue looking pretty strong through the beginning of this match here. They did let that last pick slip away, very surprisingly, and we will be seeing another United States new player here on the screen. I'll say it for the sake of the stream, Swaggy Swagster, because I know he's going to love hearing that, but Rectigon, his official name, going to be in that top left-hand corner. Again, one of the new players for the Team United States here. Kablaze has already put up a very good showing for the beginning of this match here, continuing with a strong performance. She actually really showed up in 3-Digit World Cup this year and has continued that performance through a lot of tournaments, leading into a very, very good tryout for OWC this year. And of course, you have the tried and true Apraxia, the good old captain of the United States, now replaced by I'm a Fancy Lad, but a solid player overall. And BTMC, another new player coming in for the stream map, arguably one of the United States' strongest stream players on the team, and another new addition joining, again, Swaggy Swagster, who I believe put up a lot of top scores in tryouts for the United States. He had a very, very impressive overall tryout score. So some ultra solid players coming in for the United States. They're really not holding back. But granted, what lineup could the United States put in that would be holding back, I guess?
Yeah, the talent pool in the country is just absolutely absurd. There are so many big name players that are not playing, not because of their choice, but because these new players are actually better options. Like, very surprisingly, pretty good performances throughout the year this time around, and they finally get to show it off in the World Cup. So actually 3 new players for the USA to the World Cup playing this pick.
Yeah, this is going to be a good chance. We've seen a lot of teams that have the new players kind of giving them the opportunity to test the waters on a big stage in one of these early round matches, just to see what their comfortability is on something with a little bit more nerve-inducing setting. But all of the players on the United States having no trouble here. There is no surprise from any player substituted in. Obviously, we know the United States has, Vaxei, Airyu, and I'm a Fancy Lad on the bench right now, which is a 3 you do not normally want to come into contact with. I'm totally missing Fiery Rage right now as well on the bench, but 4 players you definitely need to be scared of as well. But it just goes to show the United States has a strong lineup for anything, and all players putting up a good performance. Swaggy Swagster on the United States. Kablaze actually overstreaming just a little bit there.
Yeah, so I was actually gonna mention that this map is just it's 3 minutes of pretty much the same, but it's all spaced, or at least relatively spaced streams. You can kind of dismiss anywhere if you're not careful, as we have seen Wuha and Haruchi earlier as well. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of those maps where you can kind of just have a random miss here and there. So, could see another point.
Yeah, this will be good. Swaggy Swagster most notably put up a double S on the Nomad 2 in qualifiers for the tournament, so he's going to be the player to look out for on this map here. But BTMC, another FC for the United States in the qualifiers. I'm not entirely sure if Apraxia played the Nomad 2, but I know at the very least those two players did, and they are very clearly showing why they are continuing to play the stream maps for their country here with the two highest accuracy FCs on the board right now. Kablaze, unfortunately, with that very early break, she's got the very good accuracy to push up as well. But Malaysia with two FCs right now is trying to keep themselves in this. Kablaze, the only one behind in combo for the United States, and it's Wuha and Haruchi for Malaysia. BTMC kind of shook a little bit on one of the streams, but he's definitely holding himself together here. And with a quarter of the map left to go, not a ton of time left, and Malaysia's really just running out of the comeback timing here, being at a 400,000 score loss.
Yeah, not a lot of time left. And again, it just seems like all of the score lead that was built up is just purely because of the misses at the beginning, and actually some more misses on the Malaysian side there. Kind of just ends this map early a little bit. Here goes the lead. It's fine.
It's just, you see that bar is just flying over to the left. That is an impressive scoreline from the United States. Kablaze finding the one overstream at the beginning and still putting up the second highest accuracy for the United States there. I think at 99.6, Swaggy Swexter falling to 99.5. So
the one BTMC in the background though with the 400s.
That's what
doing pretty good.
You love to see it. Ed is, arguably, as I mentioned before, probably one of the strongest, if not the strongest, stream player on the United States for these first couple of rounds here. Then I think a lot of it falls onto Vaxay for those late rounds. But BTMC, he is just really, really consistent with these stream maps. And, there is a big reason why he has been picked for the team this year with his all-around skill improvement. And, putting up a one map in, one map FC now for him is definitely proving that to us. Swaggy Swagster coming in with the FC as well. And Apraxia, the tried and true, coming in to do exactly what he needs to do. We've seen that traditionally in the tournament. This first round, for a lot of countries, they're new players really putting up some impressive scores from these top-level teams here. Something I really want to make a note of that I think Dolan and I kind of touched on the first match of the round of 32 for Canada, but Zudinator came in and played 4 maps and FC'd all 4 of them. So there has been some crazy early round performances from new players in this tournament, and it is just really continuing with the United States here.
Yeah, actually, in so many countries, there are new players that are pretty globally unknown. Maybe they're known in their own respective community. Like Korea is a good example. They have 4 new players this year, and all of them did really good in tryouts, better than the players that have established names that we all know. They're some of the top performers in every country, and so every team kind of has, not every team, but a lot of teams this year just have new people that kind of just show up out of nowhere. I'm pretty excited to see what they do on pool a little bit harder, because round of 32 pool is for the top teams a little bit on the easier side, right? So there's not a lot of opportunities to show exactly what you can do, and that'll come later on, hopefully, for most of those teams.
There's a lot of players that had a lot of opportunity to show themselves, and they definitely proved it. I think we saw in Indonesia earlier today, a lot of the new players, we had players like Vino and Lifeline joining them for the first time this year, with the likes of Skydiver. And we saw some very decent performances, but you can see, I'm just using them as an example, where the nerves do definitely kind of catch up. Vino had some very decent shakes on a couple of the hidden maps. He was able to hold himself together for, a lot of the picks, putting up some decent combos, but even some teams like Brazil with some of their new players having a couple of early round nerves showing up for these teams here. So, even if the maps aren't necessarily the hardest, it's definitely this, this level of stage. Even playing, other tournaments, there are a lot of big community tournaments, but nothing is really on the level of the World Cup. So this is definitely the time where you gotta get used to it early. Otherwise, it's really gonna affect you when the harder maps hit. But Nomad 1 coming into the match point potential pick for the United States here, now up 3-1 against Malaysia. We've seen a lot of good teams struggle on the accuracy on this map quite a bit, very surprisingly. Even players like Varvalian, who put up double S's on the qualifiers, Nomad 1 dropping, 300 or 400s on this. So not the easiest map
just
to
cursor dancing.
Yep. All right. Nobody breaking early here. We got a big jump section soon.
I'm not sure if I like this pick too much. Nomad 1 for the Malaysian team was one of their weaker maps in qualifiers, although the qualifiers Nomad 1 was significantly harder than this one, so maybe it's a bit different. And Nomad 1 is quite known as a random map, where you can kind of just have a player randomly get a miss and then just get a lucky point off it, so it makes sense. As Fiery Rage actually just misses, so just like that. We'll see if we'll see if they can keep it going though. This is an easier map than they've played in the qualifiers, so scores should look better. They've had the time to warm up, so like they have a lead to take away here if they all hold strong. Shane though, oof.
This is there goes Rampax as well. Yeah, I was gonna say. There it is. Malaysia.
It was too good to be true.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of countries with good performances on this map. In the United States, as this tournament progresses, it's kind of funny, given the consistency and how good the United States usually is. It's been generally pretty funny that the United States loses Nomad 1 a lot as tournaments progress, especially in OWC. I can count a couple of times, maybe not in recent years, but in earlier years, and a lot of community tournaments that United States teams generally lose Nomad 1s. OWC, it's been happening a little bit less lately, so it's good to see the United States kind of improving that consistency aim. And they're definitely showing it to us right now with halfway through the map. 3FC still in Fire Ridge just with that one missing. Consistent performance overall from the United States today, generally. Putting up those 3 strong FCs, maybe with the 1 break here and there kind of sprinkled in. Malaysia trying to do what they can here. Wuha with great accuracy at 99.52, trying to do what he can. The second highest accuracy in the entire lobby. Zigati with the FC still. Accuracy not quite holding up to the level of his teammate, but it's really just those combo breaks that are letting Malaysia kind of sit in the back here. United States just driving it in with those 3 FCs. And Fiery Rage is that's
and there goes the whole team.
That was a break. Okay. That was unlucky.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna matter too much. I mean, they had the opportunity off of Fiery Rage's miss, but there's just not much you can really do when no one else is missing, right? You just kind of had to take the opportunity at the beginning, but it wasn't meant to be. And yeah, it's just one of those maps. 5 players so far that just have 1 miss here and there.
Yeah, speaking of taking the opportunity, Rectagon taking the opportunity to 3x100 this map, which is very impressive.
All right.
All right, well, there we are. Into the end of the map. BTMC and Kablaze both dropping their combos, leaving just Swaggy Swagster with 4 100s.
Okay, but Kablaze was cursor dancing, and she
that was we'll let Kablaze do her thing.
It was a deserved miss.
We'll let her do her thing. It works. The cursor dancing and still putting up 900k. That's what you love to see. The United States really just running rampant here. Speaking of things you love to see, I would love to see all of you head over to the Osu store and purchase a banner for your profile supporting your countries or your favorite team in the tournament, now up in the store. Only $250. There's my shameless plug for the day. Everybody go support your favorite team. I have mine on my profile.
I do too.
So we are enjoying the rest of this match here. Next up for the United States DT3, the Grimoire of Alice. The AR8 DT, so not the high AR DT, surprisingly, from the United States, just trying to shut this out. I guess they're going to go for the more finger control oriented. Walter Toro also has his banner, by the way, and Leo FLT.
See, all the cool people have banners.
Cool guys.
This is how it works.
All the cool guys and girls have the banners. Make sure you get yours to stay cool. Like Swaggy Swagster. Does he have a banner? Does Swaggy Swagster have a banner? Let me see. There has to be a banner with a name like that. Oh, he doesn't have a banner. He can't. Oh. Don't be like Swaggy Swagster. Get a banner. Apraxia has a banner. There you go. There we go. And I'm assuming people on the Malaysian team also have a banner. But into what could possibly be the final pick for the United States of America against Malaysia here in the match point. Malaysia got themselves on the board pretty early. They had that 2-1 lead, or well, rather 2-1 deficit, 2-1 lead for the United States, but they had themselves on the board early. So let's see if they can maybe catch United States lacking a little bit here and put up a second point.
United States. It should be pretty hard to do it on this map, though. This map is probably arguably the map with the highest skill ceiling of the round of 32 pool.
Hollow Wings, yeah.
I'm not sure what's happening.
DT Tournament Client is exactly what is happening right now, and as it fixes itself, thank goodness, we are going to be able to enjoy this lovely song from Akiyama Uni. And Rampax with a very early break here, and Haruchi is Slayer breaking as well.
Yeah, I think this is one of those maps, too, that are pretty accuracy reliant. I think most maps in the pool, you could look at like a 99%, and it's kind of just like the average accuracy for a lot of these players. And 99 on this would actually be really, really, really good. And as you can see, there are currently none other than Uhua's.
Yeah, this is going downhill for Malaysia, or rather just go, okay, Apraxia Fiery Rage just broke it, Shane Leong did. Okay, this just got a little bit more interesting. Wuha now has the opportunity, if one more, there goes Kablaze, wait, it's Wuha versus Swaggy Swagster, wait.
Hold on.
Hold on, wait a second, wait, Kablaze? Kablaze just kind of missed the first couple of notes after the pause by writing question marks. So it's Swaggy Swagster versus Wuha, and Wuha has a very decent accuracy lead. Yeah,
Rampax has a pretty good supporting combo as well.
Score lead's
I don't know if it's going to be enough for the lead that they've amassed.
That'll help.
Fiery with another miss. Yeah, it will help. There's a good chance, actually, if Wuha keeps going. But everyone really does need to hold.
This is really a Fiery Rage breaking again. This is gonna be really close in terms of score in the ending here. Oh, but Shane Leong and Haruchi. Yeah, this is Malaysia has a big opportunity to make up some score here. And nope, never mind. All right. Well.
Yeah, no, that will get you. That section is extremely hard.
Yeah, this is just a hard map. There goes Swaggy Swagster at the ending. So actually, the only FC on this map gonna come out from Malaysia on Wuha.
Yeah, actually, very good performance. Look at that Ack. Just compared to everyone else in the lobby. This is the United States, by the way. That just to put context on Wuha's accuracy, that's insane. But
wow.
That will be it. That's 5-1 for the United States. I think it's pretty good that Malaysia were able to take a point off of the strongest team in the tournament. So, and again, there is still a loser's bracket, so it's definitely not over for them. But yeah, pretty solid performance, I think.
Yeah, love to see that. Even if you're coming into this match against the #1 seeded team, it's great to see that they're still, pushing to get those points on the board and really working for them. Malaysia came so close on that last DT there. So the motivation on them definitely running high right now. It's, it's definitely tough when you're going up against the #1 seeded team and the favorites to win and the winners from last year's OWC by a handed amount. It's a rough experience sometimes, but definitely a difficult match for them. They're going to be dropping to the losers bracket. As you mentioned, they are going to be dropping down to face the loser of Romania versus Norway, which will be tomorrow. So we'll get their matchup. And then, of course, the winner of Romania versus Norway will be facing the United States next week. And your winners on screen of this match, United States running, kind of with a minimalistic lineup today, let's say. I think they definitely didn't utilize Vaxei a lot. Ariu, not very much. And I'm a Fancy Lad was at Target, I believe. So I don't think he was here today. But a very strong team to back it up without him having to be here today. So it's great that you can, rely on your teammates in these early stages. And United States kind of putting forward what we expected from them on this early stage matchup here. Obviously, losing that 1 point is something that you can kind of expect on an early stage. Some of these maps are back and forth.
Yeah, I mean it's not much. It's not really a big deal to drop a map, even if you're the strongest country. It's not really going to affect them. Didn't affect them last year, so yeah, I'm sure they'll be doing some good. The next match we'll be seeing is actually in quite some time. It's going to be 10 hours from now at 14 UTC. We get to see actually a pretty exciting match, in my opinion. One of the closest match on paper for a round of 32. It's going to be China versus Italy.
Yeah, this will be. I'm actually very excited for a lot of these matches tomorrow. China versus Italy, followed immediately by United Kingdom, Great Britain versus Chile. And we have Romania versus Norway. Oh, that's right. China versus Italy rescheduled. That's right. I totally missed that. So China versus Italy, I guess we won't be seeing. Unlucky.
Yeah, I'm not sure which match we'll be showing between China or UK, Chile, but you'll be seeing one of them.
Yeah, we'll be seeing UK, Chile, I think. UK, Chile we will be seeing. So join us tomorrow, 11 hour old today, later today, rather, I guess, for Great Britain versus Chile. We will be returning for that, but for now, we will take our leave with the ending of the Saturday matches, I guess, officially, if you are in any of the United States or Western Hemisphere time zones. Or something like that. But we will return tomorrow for a lot of exciting matches. Please keep a lookout for those. Stick around. A lot of good stuff to come. A lot of top teams to play tomorrow, later today. I'm just trying to cover all the angles here.
It's hard to do when it's global, but you get the point, I think. Thank you so much for joining us today. Hope it was entertaining. Make sure to come back tomorrow or later today. And yeah, see you soon.
We'll see you next time.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of OWC 2020's bracket stage. I am this one guy. We're going to be starting off today with the United Kingdom versus Chile in the first round match of the day. I am joined today by Chilier Pair for a matchup that is going to be a lot of fun for everyone involved. Good morning, Chilier. How are you doing today?
Hey man, what's up man? How's it going? Welcome to the match of the morning. It is currently 10 a.m. here. Very fun time. The afternoon for most people. We got a fun one this morning. This is gonna be good. A lot of big roster changes on both of these teams here.
Yes, these are two teams in a matchup that I think, thanks to the roster changes that they've undergone over the past year, are going to be a lot closer on paper than a lot of people would have thought, and I think this is going to be a better matchup than might be expected considering the United Kingdom's historical pedigree. A couple big changes for both teams this year. The United Kingdom, of course, losing Spare and Carthy, bringing in Kingling, bringing in other new players as well, bringing back Doomsday. Meanwhile, Chile, of course, gaining Intercambing, gaining TFGE, a couple players who have made a name for themselves in the community tournament scene, are looking to challenge a United Kingdom team that is in what I would say is a little bit of a rebuilding phase.
This will be a little bit of an interesting year for them, definitely. United Kingdom finishing top 3 last year, having a decent amount of roster change there. As you mentioned, they are missing Spare and Carthy this year, who were arguably 2 of their 3 best players, joining Bubbleman up on the top of the UK team there. So definitely a bit of a downgrade from the overall skill cap on the team, but they've definitely brought on a lot of very good new talent that is going to help the UK team in the long run, which I definitely think is something that's important that they look towards that now. Get some of the new players seasoned for the World Cups, as they need to slowly replace people. Chile kind of making a couple necessary roster changes, some players kind of leaving, some players maybe not the best compared to what they had. Now they brought on some big name players like Intercambing and TFGE, who are going to be very, very big additions to that team this year. Intercambing, most notably, probably the best player of community tournaments in Chile of the year right now. He has really been showing off anywhere that you have seen him. So a fantastic addition. And then TFGE starting to make a name for himself around community tournaments as well. His overall consistency and ability to play high level maps at his rank range continues to impress people. So we have a very quick pick and ban here. We have 2 DT bans, DT1 and DT2, by the UK and Chile respectively. And Chile will be picking BS Power Explosion. We've seen a Fremod 1 pick a lot from a lot of teams as the first pick. That's something that I can't exactly put my finger on why, though.
Yeah, I suppose it's just one of those maps that people feel very comfortable on. You know, Chile bringing back Matthew this year after he didn't play in 2019, and along with Intercambing, going to be 2 incredibly strong combo players for maps like this. United Kingdom, of course, bringing in Malteser for his first year in OWC. He'll get to go in for the first map of their bracket, stage first match as well here with this one being picked. So, you know, maybe it's a little bit of a pick that lets players get their feet wet pretty comfortably, and lets the teams figure out their strategy a little bit on Fremod as well. You know, where you're, of course, required for each team to have a minimum of 1 hidden and then 1 hard rock / hidden hard rock. So, you know, kind of early strategy pick, early relative comfort pick. On a map that's not too long, not too fast. You know, 2 minutes, 18 seconds, 180 BPM. So most players are going to be pretty comfortable on the map in general, which I think lends it to be a pretty decent early pick for a lot of rosters in this tournament. Especially the stronger teams where they're going to be well-rounded and they're going to be able to find a good 4-man squad for just about any type of map, including this one.
We've seen a lot of teams, you know, they kind of switch between putting their new players in and being pretty confident on Fremod 1 here. I think in terms of the UK, they're probably just going to put in the strongest lineup that they can for now, especially against Chile. I mentioned it yesterday, but there are a lot of these matches that are going to be, you know, kind of big blowouts. being round of 32, there's a lot of spaced out seedings and some teams that are just generally stronger overall. You know, and then you have matches like this one in the UK versus Chile, where on an early stage pool, anything can really happen here. There are so many strong players on both teams here, and the UK really just needs to put their best foot forward if they want to try and take this match away the way that the UK could have in previous years. Looks like they're going to be sticking with a mostly tried and true lineup on Free Mod 1 here with Bubbleman, Boss, and Doomsday. However, joined by new Kingling, I imagine he'll be their hard rock for today. Definitely a good addition on that mod by quite a bit. He's known for that consistency and accuracy there. Chile running with a solid modded lineup as well with all of their players here. But we've seen some over-modding on this pick as well, namely the United States and I believe Poland both over-modding by 1 or 2 different mods on here. And we saw players like Blaze going HDHR on this. So, you know, it wouldn't surprise me to see more of that here.
Yes, with these being 2 teams that are so strong on mods, it wouldn't be shocking, but it does appear we're not going to see the overmod. So we have Kingling coming in on Hidden Hard Rock, Doomsday Hidden Only, Bubbleman, Voss both no mod. Meanwhile, on the other side, we're going to have Zaxreed on Hard Rock, No 37 on Hidden, and Camming and Matthew both on the no mod. So kind of the top players on either team going to be the no mod players. It's a strategy we've seen a lot of top teams use where you put your absolute strongest player in on a no mod to ensure a very high score. And it's what we're going to see here from both of these guys as we get this match underway with map number 1 in United Kingdom versus Chile. United Kingdom 12th seed coming out of qualifiers, Chile as the number 21 seed. A little bit lower than we're used to seeing UK, and a pretty respectable showing for Chile as they look to make a splash here in OWC with a very new roster with some very strong, unheralded players in the grand scene, I suppose you could say.
Yeah, so we have a big break actually right there from Zaxreed. That is pretty far into the map at 380 combo, being only 2 minutes and 18 seconds long. There is not a lot of opportunity for those mid-range breaks, but Doomsday and Voss both traded out actually, so that's going to be combo advantage for Chile. But Matthew, as I see that, finds a break. So it's dead even between these players here. And Kingling on that HDHR, this is that accuracy and consistency I was mentioning. That 99.58 is an absolute stomp of accuracy on a double mod for this free mod pick here as we come into these streams. Bubbleman looking very confident on the no mod. We've seen a lot of the strong teams just decide to put their best player on the no mod for this pick. We saw the same thing from the United States on Vaxay. Now, we haven't seen Germany yet, so it'll be interesting to see what they will do with players like Dust Ice and White Cat on this map. But you know, a lot opting for the free combo on there. Number 37 does find a break, and it's just Intercamping left on the combo for Chile on the double S. Kingling finds the break, but I believe it is far too late for a massive comeback here. It's Voss trying to hold off Matthew, but Zaxreed actually making a big combo difference here. Hold on a second. This is going to be very big at the ending. Chile's going to bring this back. No, but Intercamping breaks! And that's going to be it. Intercamping had all the opportunity in the world right there to bring this back, and Bubbleman just said, nope, I'm going to hold this double S all the way until the end of the map, and you can't stop me. And he's just going to run in.
And that is a very sad ending to the map for Chile, with the 84,000 point win going over to the United Kingdom. You know, it just comes down to that one miss at the very end. The one miss from Intercamming, one miss from Matthew, one miss from number 37, and it's actually literally 4 misses for their team. Doomsday with 4 misses, Voss with 2, and Kingling with 1. Bubbleman coming in with the SS. It's to be expected from the no-mod player, but it's really just those couple late misses that ended up making the difference, unfortunately, and that is going to give the United Kingdom the 1-0 break point advantage. Still go on into their own first pick. But that was very close. That very much could have gone either way.
So that was almost pretty close at the end there. Intercamping really trying to put up a good performance there on the first free mod map, but it was very close at the ending there. Bubbleman just you know, coming out and doing what he does there at the ending. So very good.
That's, I mean, like we said, you know, out of the top teams with their carry players on Nomad allows for scores like that to occur where you see, you know, whether it's Bubbleman or Vaxe or someone along those lines, they put somebody like that in on Nomad and they come out and just run train and get the SS. Gonna be the first pick of Hard Rock 1 for the United Kingdom here. That is Painful Fate by Neko Mata Master. That is another, it's a Hard Rock pick that's been much more popular than the other. Hard Rock 1 much more popular than Hard Rock 2 here. 2 minutes long, 190, just over 190 BPM. So it is relatively comfortable in those facets, but it is a map that can test you by the end of things because it doesn't, it's fairly unrelenting. You know, the quints and slightly longer bursts really never let up on this one. And of course, it's going to test your accuracy, and that's something United Kingdom is obviously known for with guys like Kingling and Boss and Hard Rock.
Well, Hard Rock definitely makes a lot of sense from them, and you know, to be noted, we have our second really short pick in a row. The first one being around 2 minutes, and this one being about the exact same. Painful Fate, we've seen this song in a couple of the community tournaments here, and it requires a lot of awkward aim patterns in here. And it was really, you know, it's been interesting to see some of the plays. We've seen a lot of big chokes on this map from some teams that we didn't expect it from. So this map has definitely given a lot of trouble to players, even, you know, strong Hard Rocks. United Kingdom lineup along with Chile, however, definitely stronger than a lot of teams we've seen thus far as well. So something to be said about the level of teams, depending on the performance. But we've seen some good teams kind of drop it as well.
Yeah, this one, you know, it's about 890 combo, and I can't count the number of players it seems like we've had at around 800 combo missing in that just ending. But hopefully that won't happen to these teams, and we'll avoid having those last second drops like we did in the previous map, or like we've seen on this map before. So this is going to round out with Kingling, Bubbleman, Majora, and Voss taking on Intercambing, Mathy, IGN, and Zackstreed. See if Chile can get the break point right back here, or United Kingdom will be successful on their own first pick. This is one that I think could probably go either way, technically speaking, considering the plays we've seen on this map and the plays we've seen from both these teams.
A couple big drops at the beginning here. Zackstreed most notably dropping again at the beginning of the map. His accuracy not too far behind, but something big to note is the accuracy of Chile as a whole really starting to fall behind the UK as they consistently hold towards that 99 with IGN fighting for.
There's the mismatch. Yeah. United Kingdom is just so good at consistency. I mean, there are a lot of players who have just been in a ton of tournaments, or players who are known for their consistency, like Kingling. That's a big addition for that team, I think, this year, because he's so good at this exact skill set where you just don't miss and you keep your accuracy up quite high as well. You know, you'll have kind of that joke of players combo gaming versus accuracy. Kingling has both of those things, and with another break from Zackstreed, Chile's going to fall pretty far behind here. Intercambing and Mathy do hold on to their FCs, but it's a four-way full combo for the United Kingdom still, and we're already past halfway into the last third of the map. Intercambing breaking again as well means that this one is more or less over.
Yeah, I was like right as we mentioned it, Intercambing unfortunately finding the break. You know, it's something we don't see from Intercambing too often. Normally he's known as kind of like that combo savior for a lot of teams. There goes Majora for the UK, so there's finally a break. But Intercambing kind of breaking like towards later parts of the map here. Kingling does trade, so we're starting to get a little bit closer. But it's just Mathy versus Bubbleman and Boss. Right now, the UK looking strong.
Yeah, and as I said, you know, you do get a lot of breaks. They're right at about 8:15 and 8:10 combo from Boss. That's exactly where people end up missing on this one. Only one FC left now for the United Kingdom. Bubbleman out here match cost farming. Mathy will also FC. Bubbleman with the far superior accuracy, though, and the United Kingdom just a far better team-wide play on that one. As I said, right around 800 combo. You do start seeing some of those breaks, but United Kingdom had established a very large lead by then already. And despite the FC from Mathy and the S rank from Intercambing, just not enough for Chile as they fell behind pretty far. And that's a 2-0 lead for the United Kingdom. They consolidate the break point.
Yeah, Bubbleman with a 4x100 play, exceedingly impressive. Compared to all the other players in the lobby, the accuracy, not really close on anybody given the misses. I think Kingling and Voss were the next two closest in terms of just how their misses added up. But the UK looking strong to rally around Bubbleman right now. This is going to be a good way for them to start off the tournament here. This could be a very contested match if Chile, however, starts to kind of pull themselves together a little bit. I think it's been kind of one big star player on the UK that's kind of shined on a couple of these maps, and the all-around performance on Chile, it's just the early breaks kind of lose a little bit more score than they want.
And they are going to go with the fascinating pick to me of hidden number 1. That is Romance Gaaria Maru. I don't know that I expected a hidden pick here from Chile against this UK roster, but, you know, it's one where if their consistency and reading players can get going, maybe they can find some success. They're going to change up the skill set a little bit here, going from free mod into hard rock now into hidden. So make everybody adjust a little bit, and of course we get an absolute jam here. This song is so good. Just adds to the enjoyment of playing it.
It's all about the song enjoyment. That's a lot of it here, and UK looks like they're going to be bringing back a tried and true hidden lineup here, something we haven't seen in a long time. Doomsday coming in to regale us with his AR9 hidden performance that we've seen in so many OWCs, past OWCs. And he'll be back this year. Let's see if he's bigger and badder than ever. Show up.
He took that year off, didn't play OWC in 2019 last year, but does return this year, and he's going to be in for this type of skill set. Anything, I think, hidden or low AR especially. Obviously, that is what he is known for as an older player, an old map player, as well as just a very experienced tournament player. You know, he is able to play a lot of different things, in pools like this. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chile got to decide on a fourth here. Looks like maybe Matthew going out or going to practice the map while we're waiting. But this is, I think, a United Kingdom squad that'll be very good at this type of thing, with Bubbleman and Doomsday leading the way. It is going to be Matthew staying in. So Matthew intercamping TFGE and number 37 on the Chile side. Blue and Majora rounding out the UK roster.
They have some strong hidden in a lot of the players on the UK that you probably wouldn't expect. I think the UK has a lot of players that are more well-rounded than they lead on, given their solo plays and of the like. You know, most notably players like Majora, I think, and Doomsday kind of stick out. As you mentioned, Doomsday is definitely a very well-rounded tournament player. He's able to fill for a lot of things. Majora, someone that people kind of would normally pick out as one of those like DT speed players, actually very good at very awkward aim and tech maps and stuff like this when you just throw a mod on, and he can just combo through it. So a good solid lineup here for the UK. This is kind of a classic lineup for them. This is a good old like 2018 style UK lineup here.
This is a map that, as you said, it has awkward aim, it has some reading requirement, and, you know, just a little bit of consistency involved as well. I mean, it's only 5.6 stars, but it is, you know, 3 minutes and 40 seconds long, so you have to stay focused and concentrated the entire time. There are some very tricky patterns at the very near ending, which can trip players up if you're not careful and not still right on your game. So we'll see how the players perform. I believe the day one score from Azer is still holding up as the top play on this. He had a 2x100 FC. We'll see if anybody here can match it. If anybody in this tournament is going to do that well, it is going to be somebody like a Bubbleman or a Doomsday on this skill set. So you have the early break from Matthew already, so United Kingdom going to take the early lead. And this was Chile's pick, so that's not going to feel great.
We saw some very good performances. I think, I believe there was a contested performance for Azers in the United States match. I think Kablaze put up 2 100s on this map, which is very impressive, but we've got a couple double S's rolling. There goes Intercambing again at the, you know, kind of like the quarter-way section of the map here. So finding some early breaks on him, but he's got his teammates to back him up right now. Unfortunately, the UK has all 4 of their teammates backing them up with a lot of accuracy as well.
Yeah, this UK squad is having their way with this map so far in the first third. And I don't know, maybe it's this big stage, you know, just getting to the players from Chile a little bit, because we do expect, I think, a little bit better things out of Intercambing and out of Matthew. You know, known tournament player, Intercambing, as we talked about. Matthew, of course, just one of the best all-around players in the game. But United Kingdom showing no signs of weakness whatsoever. Still the double SS and over 99% accuracy FCs for the other two. So they're going to just run with this one. It is still a double FC for TFG and number 37. Chile does still have some room for a comeback, but it would require several misses from United Kingdom, and we're already getting past halfway, so those misses are going to have to start coming soon.
It's going to be close for the UK. We've seen a couple maps, so there's blue right there. That's a big one. I was going to mention, we've seen UK find a lot of late breaks here. Blue kind of just letting it slip here just past halfway. He is going to have a little bit of a higher score. It's not quite exactly at halfway, so he's not going to be, hard locked to that 650k at least. So there is a score gap here between him and a lot of the players on Chile that they have. But, as you mentioned at the beginning of the map, Bubbleman and Doomsday really the front runners for this. And you can tell just by the accuracy, really shows comfortability on this type of map. And they are kind of just running with this and saying, this is easy.
Yeah, I mean, you still see the continued double FC on TFG number 37 to match Bubbleman and Doomsday, but the accuracy difference between those players is stark, and that is going to contribute even more to the United Kingdom holding onto this lead, in addition to Majora having the FC to back them up as well. Intercamming and Matthew have recovered their combo quite well, but it's all going to be too little too late no matter what, I think, at this point, as the lead is over 200,000 points with just the final DI to play. And there's the break from Majora. That could have opened things up if it had come a little earlier and without that ending break from Matthew. Oh, hang on, we've got a break from Doomsday as well. I just think it's not enough time left, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is like right last second breaks here. It's going to be very close coming down.
This is going to come back to the ending.
This might be it.
This might flip over at this very end. This is going to be very, very close. No, Matthew breaks again. TFG and No 37 still holding on to the FCs, though they're going to flip it over at the last moment.
They won.
Chile's going to take it. That is incredible. The double FC paying dividends for Team Chile, and they steal their own point back in the last moments. The 1x100 FC from Bowman, but just not enough as number 37 TFGE hold on to that double FC. Matthew and Intercamping with the big combos, and those last moment breaks from Majora and Doomsday spell the end for the United Kingdom on that point. What a comeback from Chile on that pick. Wow.
That was absolutely insane. The combo that Chile had built up at the end of the map, and I realized I mentioned the fact that the UK have traditionally, they FC through the entirety of a map, and right when you hit the ending of the map, they have a lot of little breaks. I'm not sure if they relax too much or if the nerves are hitting them that they're still FCing or something, but it's not the first time we've seen the UK find those breaks at the ending. Unfortunately, they picked another map to do that on where Chile was just comboing through it. 2 FCs and both their other players, Intercamping and Matthew, recovering insanely well from their earlier breaks in the maps. So Chile have gotten themselves back into this match. It is the UK's pick, so they have the opportunity to maintain their lead here, given that Chile won their own pick there. But that was a comeback that you love to see, that consistency into the end.
That is, boy, both picks from Chile have been so close. I mean, the first map on BS Power Explosion decided by 84,000. This one decided by 57,000. Chile on the board, and we'll see if they can run with that momentum. Their consistency players look really good on that map, and we're going to get into another consistency map here with the Nomad 5 Time Machine pick. This is considerably faster, of course, so it's going to rely more on a little bit of your speed than your low BPM, kind of awkward aim consistency. But Chile looks pretty good on that skill set, so if they've got players who are comfortable with this BPM, this could be another pick that they can contest for sure.
A lot of good speed on the side of Chile. We mentioned at the beginning of the match that, the UK was up 2-0, and we thought this was going to be a very contested match, and it wasn't looking like it here, but definitely counting Chile out, maybe slightly too early on that right there. Chile just getting themselves right back into this on the 2 picks. Something they do have to worry about, however, is that first pick from the United Kingdom, or first point rather, is a Chile pick. So they have a break point on the board, meaning if they just trade picks back and forth for the rest of the match, the UK is going to get the win without having to force tiebreaker here. So Chile really needs to find a strong pick that they think that they can line up for a break point here, because that needs to be a big consideration. Malteser coming in for his first map of OWC, now holding a double S, the only player besides Zaxrate holding a double S for the intro there.
You love to see it. Malteser, of course, as we mentioned earlier on, known as a very strong speed player, has played a lot of community tournaments, is very experienced in tournaments. This is, of course, his first OWC bracket stage match, so we'll see if he ends up getting any nerves from this larger stage. But he's a player who everybody in the community, I think, knows is very good at this type of skill set, and he's going to be a big asset for the United Kingdom on these speedier picks, alongside Majora and, of course, Blue and Bubbleman, known quantities for that team. Everybody's still holding their FCs through the intro, though, just the lower accuracy from intercamming, dropping the score a little bit for Chile. We'll see. This is a very long map, requires a lot of consistency, and you have to maintain that 220 BPM stream stamina for almost 4 minutes, so there's a lot of time for a lot of things to happen and a lot of combo to be built up on this pick.
You know, it kind of looks like the UK has a bit of an accuracy right now. Intercamming and Blue matching each other on the accuracy. But the big difference right here is going to be the fact that Majora and Ritze have about a 2% difference between each other. Malteser and Bubbleman kind of match Matthew and Zaxterid, you know, plus or minus a couple of hundreds on either side. But with no big breaks right now, this goes instantaneously over to the one team that finds any miss here on some of these longer streams right here. Ritze shaking a little bit.
Yeah, sometimes it's what you see. Oh, goodness, his cursor is all over the place. Oh, Ritze, please hold on, man. Nope, he does not manage to do it. I think that was a slider break on that Buzz slider, and that's going to be huge for the United Kingdom because Ritze had the worst accuracy as well as now having the one break. So United Kingdom should be able to take a bit of a lead here as his score immediately is 100,000 points behind anyone else's. That was not a good place to miss either, right in the middle, and he does find another break. Those shakes and those nerves really are haunting him right now.
Unfortunately, Ritze kind of taking the full force of a perfect storm right here. He misses around halfway through the map. He's got the shakes because, it doesn't look like he's as comfortable on this BPM. There goes Malteser for the UK. So there is a break to trade it. But, Ritze with that accuracy is going to lose so much score. I mean, Malteser, it does break later, but a 200,000 score difference is absolutely massive when everyone else is matching each other.
Now, that being said, the rest of the players in the lobby are looking pretty good. Bubbleman with a 1x100 FC, Blue over 99%, Majora at 98.6. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zaxterid 99.8, just behind Bubbleman, and Matthew and Intercamming both just below 99. There is room. We saw in the last map, Chile is capable of some comebacks. So if the United Kingdom find any more of those late breaks like on the previous pick, Chile has the opportunity to try for a comeback, but we're coming into the late stages. Very difficult section here at the ending. We'll see if everybody can hold through. If the United Kingdom do, they'll take the point. But Chile are hot on their heels.
It's very important to note Malteser has that, 190, 180k buffer over Ritze right now, which is slowly closing just a little bit. But that kind of leaves a little bit of room given any unfortunate breaks from the UK that may come at the ending here. So there is some wiggle room given that, but the UK is just looking really strong right now, and I think this map looks like it's going to finish off on just that difference in Malteser. And there goes Zaxterid at the ending, unfortunately.
Bubbleman coming in with a 1x100 FC. He is coming to play here today, man. Bubbleman saying, I am not going to get trapped by this surprisingly strong Chile team. I'm going to come in and show up and FC everything with ridiculous accuracy. And that is a 3-1 lead, and that is one of the best scores you're going to see on this map, I think, coming out from Bubbleman here. The double FC, of course, did end up happening. Intercamming and Matthew showing why they are two very strong players with a difference in score of 20 points between them, by the way. But just not enough to match the superior accuracy of both Bubbleman and Blue.
This is an absolutely crazy performance from Bubbleman today. This is the type of thing that, you love to see early round from him. And this is the type of thing that he comes in and does. He's, arguably or inarguably the best 1v1 player in the game with his, 3.5 rogue matches and counting in a lot of open rank range tournaments. And something to note is Bubbleman is now 4 picks into this match. He has played every single one. He has FC'd every single one and has 6 100s total. That is a performance that I don't really think anyone left in the tournament can probably beat in terms of overall accuracy and consistency. That is just insane. But Chile's got a lot of room left in this match here to work with. UK not at match point yet, so Chile certainly has the opportunity to keep themselves in this, especially being on their own pick here. They can bring this to 2-3 and keep it right behind the UK.
And they're going to go with their own pick into the alt map. They're going to go Nomad 3 Pirates Banquet, a very short alt map, just 1 minute and 54 seconds long. It's kind of a trend. I think we've seen a lot of short picks from several teams. but this is a skill set that I think Chile is quite good on. We joke about the intercambing method, but you know, in the recent tournament in Course Ace, watching intercambing on alt picks, he was ridiculously good at comboing and just not missing on alt maps. So this is a pick that I think Chile is going to feel pretty good about once again here. Now, obviously, United Kingdom provides a sturdy opponent on any type of skill set, but if they're going to give him a chance to carry here, he's going to try to take that and run with it.
Yeah, this Nomad 3 is, I mean, you know, this is a Bubble Man map. He traditionally comes in and just rolls through any awkward, gimmicky, you know, some of these like flow aim alt maps. However, Chile is running with Intercambing right now, who has traditionally put up equally impressive performances on maps like this, even up to late stage pools. So, you know, even the Bubbleman might be the favorite coming into a map like this. This is Chile's pick in the end. So there has to be a certain level of confidence here going up against the UK team. And I think with Intercambing's previous performances on maps like this, the UK's got a lot to worry about right now.
Yeah, this is a Chile roster that is going to be very good at this skill set. Intercambing joined by number 37 Ritze and IGN, players that are quite good at this. UK, Blue, Bubbleman, Kingling, and Doomsday. So this is, again, I think, like many of the picks in this pool for this match, a very contested one. So we're going to get underway and see if Chile can put another point on the board. You know, this is always that scary spot to be in. We've seen a lot of times teams at 3-1 down on their own pick, which means it could be your final pick of the match if you don't get a break point. So, very tough position to be in. A lot of nerves can come into play. But as we said, there's so many players in this lobby right now who can play this type of map very comfortably. So we'll see how they perform. Of course, Bubbleman looking to throw in another, you know, SS or 1x100 just to make his match costs look even better. No breaks in the first 300 combo, so, you know, people building up, and it's a very short map.
Ooh.
Okay, double miss from UK. Blue and Kingling, right after I say that, both finding the breaks. The lead is in favor of Chile.
You had to do it to him. We had to do something to the UK here today. Unfortunately, it's on the side of 2 breaks for the UK, not just one. One break is definitely recoverable on a map like this, given some of the ending patterns. IGN does trade one of those misses, but something to note is that big combo drop was just before halfway for Blue and Kingling versus IGN's almost right at halfway, and he also found another break after. So Kingling and Blue, they have a combo advantage now. They have a lot of built-up combo for a map that is not very long, which will be very big here. But 3 FCs is hard to beat.
IGN is having a lot of trouble, but he does have the benefit of having 3 FCs still on that side. Now, Blue and Kingling kind of combined to match 1 FC. So we'll see if it's enough if Bubbleman and Doomsday end up holding on. It's helping out United Kingdom as they're trying to bring the score back. But there's a break from Doomsday, matched by number 37. That's worse for the United Kingdom, I would say, than for Chile. And that is 2 FCs still in Intercambing and Ritze. They should be able to hold on to this one, I think, with the double FC in the bag. It's going to be very tight here.
That was Blue's break right there. That was definitely the sealer at the end.
And that is another point for Chile on the board. 2-3, 3-2 in favor of the United Kingdom, and that is another pick. All 3 of their picks have been under 100,000 point differences. That one 81k. So Chile showing up to play, and Bubbleman once again a 1x100. What did we say, man? He is just here to freaking play today, dude. He is here to play.
Can we keep like a Bubbleman 100 counter in the bottom right hand corner of the screen? Just like tick it up to 7 really quick, because this is. It's one map, 1/100. Just keep running through. However, something to note, we did mention at the beginning, something that the UK had to worry about on that was Intercambing, and he did pull out the highest AC FC for his team on that pick. So, you know, even though it wasn't a Bubbleman 1x100 scary performance, putting up 999,000 out of 1 million possible score, it was a good performance nonetheless, and he top scored his team by 24,000. So, you know, the UK, like we said, not in a super confident position here. Again, it's just running back and forth on the picks here, and the very important thing is that Chile needs a break point if they even want a chance to see tiebreaker here, given that they lost that first pick at the beginning.
It's a very tough spot to be in when you are always selecting your own picks from 2 points down. You know, it's kind of like in a tennis match. You lose that early break of serve. It's the same sort of feeling, and you always feel like you're trying to play catch up. Same sort of thing here in Osu. Not the greatest feeling for players, but they're making the most of it here with 2 victories in a row on their own picks. But another Hard Rock pick here for the United Kingdom, and the Hard Rock that they picked as their first map of this match was by far the most one-sided at almost 1,000,000 points victory for the UK. They look way stronger on that skill set. So they're going to try to run it back into that pool. We have not seen Hard Rock do a whole lot. The Another Diff, it has been, I feel like one of the less popular picks in this pool. But UK feeling good about Hard Rock, so they're going to go into that map or that mod pool once again here with their next pick.
I think something that is good to note here is the difference between both teams on Chile's picks versus the UK's picks have been a stark difference. You know, you've mentioned a couple of times under 100,000 score difference on any pick from Chile in this match here, regardless of whether or not they won or lost the pick. But the UK generally had bigger score gaps, and I'm not sure if that has something to be said about Chile maybe not playing their best today, or maybe just the UK looking exceedingly strong on everything here. But coming into another Hard Rock pick, this was something that the UK, you said 1,000,000 point difference on this. This is definitely a little bit more awkward than Hard Rock 1 with a lot of this finger control, and especially that smaller circle size is going to prove for a couple extra picks.
Yeah, the CS 6.5 Hard Rock is always a little trickier. That precision aim, something that not everyone is as confident on. Intercambing finding the early break for Chile, followed up by Matthew. They're 2 big carries on the previous map, both missing, as well as IGN down only 1 FC. Malteser finds the miss for the UK, but it is a 3 FC to 1 difference already, and we're only 300 combo in. The United Kingdom is going to run with this one, much like they ran with the previous Hard Rock pick on Painful Fate. Clearly just, I think, much stronger in this particular skill set. Precision aim, something that these players are very, very good at. Of course, Kingling, namely one of the best in the game at precision aim. Bubbleman having an incredible performance on the day, and Majora backing them up with an FC of his own, despite slightly lower accuracy.
So some good performances from a resident UK Hard Rock player, Kingling, right here. Most notably, the highest accuracy for his team. The first map in a very long time that Bubbleman has dropped a couple extra 100s on, but I guess if you're going to do it on any map, it's this. There's a miss from Majore there towards the end here. He does find a second one, but given the score difference at the end of this map here, and it's also the fact that both of the players that are breaking on the UK right now are players that have broken before. They're not losing any extra FCs here, so it's just the 1-2 still, the UK holding.
Yeah, this one might come back just a little bit towards the ending, but with Bubbleman and Kingling on those FCs, it's not going to be a problem. There's a break from Zaxreed, just to add insult to injury at the ending here. And United Kingdom, once again, looking very good on their own pick. The 2 Hard Rocks now have been won by a combined 1.4 million points. Almost 600k on that one. And I think we can safely say that Hard Rock is a skill set that the United Kingdom is going to feel very good about, despite that late break from Kingling. Bowman rolling with another FC. He is at 6 of 6 here on the day. No FCs for Chile. They just fell behind on that one and were never able to really do anything to close the gap. And that is now match point at 4-2 for the UK. Chile's pick to come, however, and they have been able to find picks that they could win on their own side, so maybe able to bring it back at least 1 point. But they've really not been able to make much entryway into the United Kingdom's picks. So it'd be risky business even if they win their own pick, trying to find a break point to get to a tiebreaker.
Yeah, that's the big thing to note here is that Chile really, they're not having any luck getting into the UK's picks, but they're also barely bringing their picks in with those sub 100k score differences. So Chile needs to find somewhere that they can, stick their skill set and get a confident pick out here, because this is quite literally their last chance to force a tiebreaker here. If they lose their pick, the UK wins and takes it all home 5-2. If they're able to take their pick here, they do set themselves up for the opportunity to grab a tiebreaker, face-off here. But with what the UK has been doing on all of their picks here today, it is going to be very difficult for them to find that opening in the UK's defenses here, especially with Bubbleman only now getting into double-digit 100 counts for the entirety of the match. He's now at 13. And Chile thinks that they're going to be able to pull that off on Sick here.
This is an interesting pick from them, the Nomad 4 tech map. selection. We kind of keep going on about the intercamping combo game ability, but this is again the sort of thing that I think is what they're thinking about with this pick. Mathy also somewhat, I think, of an underrated tech map player, but the way the United Kingdom is playing, Bubbleman will probably match, so it's going to take a very good performance from Chile, but it always takes a very good performance against the UK, so I guess that's not saying a whole lot. But this is going to give us an interesting scene. This is a very different type of map than anything we've really seen so far in this match. A lot of high slider velocity sliders, some very tricky slider streams and slider bursts, as well as some 1/3 sections. You got a little bit of a lot of different skill sets in this one. Really kind of emphasizing that tech pick here for this selection.
So we have lineups attempting to be set here for both teams here. Chile, again, having Mathy kind of pop out for a bit here. Maybe he subs back in, unless they have someone like TFGE that thinks he can kind of roll through this map a little bit more strongly. But Saku, actually, we're going to be seeing for the first time this match. Not a surprise, however, this is definitely something I think that Saku could take. Something to note about this... Oh, no, I spoke too soon, and he is gone. We'll wait for Chile to find their pick, but something about this map that's important to note is this has really traditionally been an accuracy-based map, especially with all of the slider streams that exist in this. You either mistime your, I guess, burst on the slider stream and lose a ton of score and accuracy because you either slider break because it's score V2, or you drop all the hundreds at the end of the sliders. Or you hit it with double S, essentially, is basically how this map goes. We've seen, the full extremes of accuracy here. So TFGE and Ritze filling in the bottom for Chile on the final roster here. And the UK going to solidify it with Majori, Bubbleman, Voss, and Blue, 4 very strong tech players.
I'm surprised to see at match point down Chile picking a map that Mathy isn't in for as one of their strongest players in terms of mechanical skill. But, I say this a lot. Maybe they know something I don't with that roster for this map. Because, clearly they know their roster better than I do. They know their scores in practice. But you would expect Mathy on pretty much everything for that team, as considering how good of a player he is. So we're going to get into this one now and see if, even without him, Chile can get at least one more point on the board and force United Kingdom to close it out on their own pick. Or, if we'll see some more just Bubbleman dominance carrying the United Kingdom to a second break point and a 5-2 victory. This is a very tricky map. A lot of places you can break. And we'll see who suffers and who emerges victorious on it.
You could already see the effect of those slider streams on some players in here, most notably TFG and Ritze both tapping that one slider stream too early and losing all that accuracy down below 98. But there goes 2 breaks from Chile right before that long stream right there. That is already a big deficit for them as the UK continues to hold. Bubbleman finds his first break of the tournament on Sick.
It was a slider break, so he still has, I think at least, so he still has no actual misses, but that was his first combo break of the match. However, his teammates backing him up, as he has done for them so many times. Still a double FC on intercamping and TFGE, so they have plenty of fight left in them, right about halfway through here. If any of Majora, Voss, and Blue were to find a break, Chile would be able to jump right on it. But for now, UK gonna hold on to a bit of a lead. Combo and accuracy pretty similar between the teams, really. Zaxreed just slightly ahead of Bubbleman's combo. Ritze is the only player much behind. And we come to the break just at the 2/3 mark in the map. 150,000 point lead in favor of the United Kingdom. We're going to try to hold on to that through the ending here. It's a very tricky last section of the map. There are plenty of places you can miss. This is not over yet by any means. But the break from Ritze is going to hurt Chile pretty badly here as we come into the last couple hundred combo.
This is looking really strong for the UK here. Bubbleman with that very early slider break, but everyone else holding strong. Majora at 99% still, along with intercamping, both of them putting up the act performances that you expect from holding it. But the UK into the finish there, finding the point in the end. Chile not able to make it work on their last pick. That was actually the biggest score deficit of any pick that they've had. And on a questionable one at that, definitely not something that Chile has traditionally been favored towards slider streams and tech aim, but the United Kingdom just proving to be a little bit too strong today. Chile, they put up a very good performance in the ending, and they took 2 points. They had the opportunity to take a third with that first pick that they let slip just barely, but well played to both of these teams. The United Kingdom will be the winners of this match today. They'll be advancing to the next round of the winners bracket, whereas Chile will be falling down to the losers bracket. So no team eliminated yet, but still 2 matches per weekend now for Chile. The UK will be going next week to face off against South Korea.
That's the rematch of last year, the losers bracket final, that third place match. We all know how that one ended up with South Korea winning on that tiebreaker, but 2 very different teams this year. Both the United Kingdom and South Korea have switched up their rosters considerably, so that's going to be a very different matchup, much earlier on in the tournament this year, with the round of 16 instead of so late. But I'm excited for that matchup, and I believe in the meanwhile, we may be able to switch over to catch at least one map of the ongoing China versus Italy matchup, where China just took the first break point of the match and are up 4-2, looking to close that one out.
So we'll see what's going on over there. Italy just losing that one for the 4-2 lead for China right now. I'm seeing a lot of David Q2 on the MVP here, so I'm very interested to see the performances that he's putting up today. But China with a strong lineup this year. I think a lot of people counted them out given how much their roster changed from last year, and Italy coming in with a very strong lineup this year. But I mean, we're seeing something very reminiscent of the match that we just left with the UK versus Chile here with the 4-2. Italy with their opportunity. This is China's pick though, so Italy needs to be really careful here. Italy's a strong stream team, so I'm kind of surprised to see China opting in for a Nomad 2.
Well, that was the previous
pick.
Nomad 2 was just played. That was the preceding pick that Italy just lost of their own.
There we go.
That was the 6th map of the match, so it is going to be China's pick upcoming. But yet this was, I think, on paper, one of the closest matchups, I think, in the round of 32 here. You know, China led by players like Crystal and Extreme, GGBY, of course, David Koo, one of the strongest players so far, judging by the match history for this match so far. But Italy, of course, led by Koba, Synchro, Ryuzaki, some very good players on that roster as well. I think this one of those matchups that looked like it was going to be very close and has been relatively close, as we can see, taking 6 maps before a break point occurred. But that gives China the immediate match point with their own pick here. It's, you know, just, I think the little things, obviously we haven't been able to see what has actually happened, but it looks like it's been just some relative, some back and forth between relatively one-sided picks and relatively close picks. There have been a couple right around 200k, but there have been also a couple points at 950,000 points, 750,000 points. So a little bit of everything in this one, and it's going to be the Freemod 2 pick for China as they look to close things out. Genso no Satellite, mapped by Scub Domino.
Definitely a pick that I think favors China on the free mod here. China is a team that has a lot of players that can play multiple mods, especially on an early stage free mod, and the stats here are not too special for either Hidden or Hard Rock. You have CS 3.5, which is not very small with Hard Rock, and AR 9.3, which if you play Hidden normally is something that you are all too comfortable with. You've seen super often. The only big difference here is that 230 BPM, 2 minutes and 14 seconds as well. Very, very short map here. So any breaks, as we've seen traditionally in this early stage here, have been kind of the nail in the coffin for the teams here. So it could go any way here. We saw Italy with a very strong start against China here. They were trading picks back and forth until China got that break point. But Italy going to try and put together a lineup to keep themselves in here. If they win China's pick here, they will be able to have their own pick to force tiebreaker here, which is exactly what you want. You want to be able to have something confident that you can put together a solid lineup for to kind of maintain your nerves to go into that tiebreaker here, because this has the potential to be a very, very close match in the end here. But China looking to close it out.
Yeah, I think I'm very interested on this one to see who runs which mods, and I do think, with this being the stage that we're in, we're going to see some more very strong performances on this pick from a lot of players. David Koo, from the looks of things, has been absolutely going off. Crystal is an incredible early round and into late round player. MyAngelMiku, one of those players that I don't think a lot of people know about, but he is capable of some very strong tournament performances. And then, of course, the somewhat questionably named I'm a Burger Fox, the artist formerly known as Ebisuzawa Kurumi, formerly known as Play Offline. I don't know that he's been on OWC under those names previously. As we see the mods coming in here, some over mods from China. David Koo on the hidden only, no surprise there. Hidden Hard Rock on both MyAngelMiku and Crystal. On the other side, a Hard Rock on Synchro with Simone Trapani on hidden. So, as some of these teams have seen, you put your top player on the Nomad pick. Koba coming in on Nomad alongside Kurochi.
So we have a slow start to the map here. A couple big accuracy drops, but that's, I guess, how Score V2 is going to work on something like this. But the mod player's gonna be the big difference here, and that over mod from China hopefully doesn't cost them into the end here. That's something that we've seen from a lot of the really strong teams. The overmodding is something that they've opted in for, but it can also cost you if you're not as confident as you thought you were finding any break here. As we mentioned, 2 minutes and 15 seconds, and there's a trade from Simone Trapani to David Q2.
And those two both the hidden only players, so it's not going to be like a mod disadvantage for anyone. I mean, technically speaking, China's always going to have the mod advantage as long as they have combo on those two double mod players. But there's a decent amount of tricky stuff in this one, a very awkward aim map, and especially with it being 230 BPM, not the most comfortable for everyone, but most players still not having any trouble. And really the only difference between the teams right now is the mod advantage for China. The accuracy suffering just a little bit on Kurumi and on Crystal, but Synchro not having a good time either. 94% his accuracy, 97 on Simone Trapani. So relatively similar accuracy for most players, and this is a map where accuracy is kind of at a premium anyway. But that's really still just the mod advantage, all that's keeping China in the lead on this one. Those combos are identical on David and Simone Trapani.
It's such a close map right now, and I think something that's really hurting Italy is Synchro's misaim there. All right, I was going to say his accuracy, but that misaim is going to hurt Italy even more. So that's a 2 FC disadvantage now, and Koba as well.
That may have just put the nail in the coffin there for Italy. Unfortunately, it looks like this one's going to be going the way of China now. Not much Italy can do but hope and pray that China full combo resets, but Italy has full combo reset themselves with Hirochi and Simone Trapani missing again, and this one is going to be over. Is going to be a 3-way FC for China. MyAngelMiku, Crystal, and Kurumi going to all FC the map. David Koo just with the 1 break, and that's going to be China taking it. 5-2 the victory for them. A very strong performance once again. And this China squad, like we said, I think some people kind of slept on them, and that is a bad idea because they are a very strong roster this year, especially in these early stages.
Yeah, China always, people question their roster changes every year, and I think they always show up with some semblance of what they had in the previous year, especially, bringing back a couple of older players, and this is going to be a better year for China than I think people would expect. They're certainly not the strongest Chinese team that we've ever seen come out in an OWC. However, they are trying to make those strides towards getting back to that peak performance here, and they're definitely doing a good job of it, taking a pretty handed win 5-2 in this round of 32 match. Again, they will be advancing to the winners bracket in the next round. They are going to be facing off against, I believe,
Poland.
So that is a difficult.
That's gonna be dude. I'm telling you, this round of 16 is as stacked as any round of 16 I have ever seen in any tournament. There are so many just incredible matchups next weekend already, and we still have a couple matchups left to play today to determine the last couple of pairings. But the round of 16 is setting itself up to be a banger of a weekend.
Yeah, look at that. The bracket on your screen right now. We already have Canada, Taiwan, France, Hong Kong, Poland, China, and Russia, Japan up here. Those are some very solid matches, and we'll go over to the other side of the bracket here for you. United States has yet to find their opponent here. We have Romania versus Norway coming in about an hour from now. Australia versus Brazil. That is going to be good luck, chat moderators. And then we have Germany, Turkey, the winner of that match facing off against Indonesia. And then South Korea and Great Britain, the rematch we mentioned. So lots of good matches here to come.
Yeah, I am very excited, not only for Romania versus Norway later today, but of course for next weekend as well. We have a lot of those matchups set already. As Chillier said, we will be returning in just about an hour's time for that match between Romania and Norway. That's going to be at 17 UTC. And then to top things off, later on today, we will have the final match of the round, Germany versus Turkey. We'll see if Turkey can pull off the 1-point win again this year like they did against the United States last year in the round of 32. And then, of course, you want to stick around after that because we will have the round of 16 map pool showcase following up that last match of the day. So a couple of matches left and the map pool showcase as well. So some good things to watch for the rest of today as we will be closing out the first bracket stage weekend here of this year's tournament.
So it's been a very exciting 1.5 matches this morning that we got to see. United Kingdom, and then we unfortunately only got to see part of China versus Italy, but a good finish there. So the United Kingdom and China, your two winners of today. Again, as we mentioned, we will be back in about an hour for the Romania-Netherlands match. But Norway, I am, it's 11 a.m. Don't quote me. We're rolling with it today, but we'll be back for that match, and we will take our leave for now. So please stick around, maybe grab some food, grab some drink, and come on back for that match. It's been a pleasure commentating with you this morning, T1G. As always, thank you for joining us.
Thank to you as well, Chillier. Always a great experience. Thank you guys for watching, and we will see everyone in about an hour's time.
Greetings, user. Neural link established. Ready for takeoff.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the OS World Cup 2020. We have returned from our hiatus to bring you yet another match up today. We have Romania versus Norway. Two more teams. This will be the matchup to decide the opponent for the United States next round. And the loser of this match will go down to face Malaysia. We have a matchup later. We'll have Germany versus Turkey after. But right now, a very exciting one. I am joined once again by this one guy. Welcome back.
Hey, welcome back. Good to be here still for another exciting match. I am hyped for this one for sure. We've got a good match on our hands.
I think we have two very solid teams this year, a couple of good trades in terms of rosters for both sides, but a strong one nonetheless. We have Romania and Norway. This is the closest matchup on paper, being the 16th and 17th seeded teams. Given qualifier seeding, both of these putting up strong performances there, but a lot of standout names on both of these teams here.
Yeah, I think, anyone who's familiar with the tournament scene, who watched OWC 2019, especially, they'll recognize a lot of names on these rosters. Huge names in the tournament scene like Badu, Maxim Bogdan, Eternum, Yokespie, GN. Really, really well-known players on both sides in this one, with a lot of very diverse skill sets. I think this is one of the coolest matchups in terms of what kind of skills the players bring to the table, and for that reason, it is one of the most fascinating matchups I think we're going to get to see this round, coming at a great time here towards the end. A very exciting one to get to witness here.
Yeah, we had some close qualifiers performance on a couple of areas for both of these teams here, but it was very surprising that, past a certain point, they were decently separated. Nomad for both of these countries being very contested, Romania being the 20th ranked and Nomad, Norway, the 16th. The big standouts, however, is going to be today. Romania was the 9th seeded DT team, and Norway was the 7th seeded hidden team. So they clearly have some pretty big strong suits on both sides here today that they're going to maybe look forward to as we get into this match. But the qualifiers pool, I think, on average, maybe just a little bit more difficult than some of these picks in here. So we'll see how it turns out with the difference in maps.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be very interesting to see the strategy these two teams bring to the table in terms of the bans and the picks that they go for. We see immediately Romania banning out hidden number 1, for instance, because to expect Norway to be a very good hidden and reading and gimmick team. So, the thing that's going to stand out to me, I think, in this one is what skill sets the teams kind of try to lean into. As you said, Romania doing very well in double time in qualifiers, which is a skill set that one normally doesn't so much associate with Norway. Their star players like Yokespie and GN not really known as DT players. So I think that strategy of what they go for is going to be interesting. And we do see Norway banning out a double time, picking double time 1 as their ban, Shiori, the most standard of those DT picks. So already kind of getting into very logical bans for the two teams and pretty much what you'd expect in that phase of this match.
Yeah, Norway, they have a decent amount of this pool to work with here. And I think there's a lot that could favor them in terms of playing here. They're definitely going to look towards the hidden today. That's their strong point. It has generally been their strong point. They run really well with that. But they're also surprisingly a good free mod team. They're going to stick with the hidden too. So very conventional first pick, but Norway this year, they've definitely rounded out their lineup a little bit more. And I think Nomad and free mod are going to be more viable for them this year. As well as the fact that there's some pretty decent aimers on the side of Norway now. They got Marcus, Yokespie, and Melver in right now, who are known for having some pretty decent aims with the Hard Rock. Good for them here. Romania probably going to look towards the speed.
Yeah, you see a name like Badu and you don't immediately think speed, but when you consider the rest of the Romania roster and what they're capable of, it would not be at all surprising to see them going into that skill set. And I do think that Romania in general has kind of the higher skill cap overall. I do think their top end players are a little bit stronger than the top players from Norway. So to see Norway go into kind of the gimmickier types of maps, whereas Romania will maybe opt into more mechanics, is I think the expectation for this matchup. Maybe a little surprising to see the AR8 hidden left up here by Romania, favoring the hidden 1 ban over hidden 2, leaving that up for Norway for their first pick. But I think it's something that Romania will be fine at. You know, Badu obviously is one of the best reading players in the game, so he'll be able to match up with anybody on Norway, and they've got other players who'll be able to fill in for this type of map as well.
Yeah, you kind of have the... I think Norway has, you know, kind of that star factor coming into this match with a lot of those known players that you can't really forget the name of. I mean, like, players like GN and, you know, even Badu for Romania. Those are names that just stick out so much on both of these teams. And if you're in the tournament scene, there are a lot of other players here that you will certainly recognize. And there's a lot of AR8 ability on both of these teams here. But, you know, we really have to favor this towards Norway, given previous performances on Hidden and the fact that their placement in qualifiers was just so high in Hidden. This seemingly, if all goes right for them, should be a very, very solid, confident first pick.
Yeah, I think Norway got exactly what they wanted here for the first pick of the match, and they're going to look to put up a very strong performance that I think is probably going to be something that we'll see near the top of the leaderboard for this round on this hidden 2 pick. Going to be starting things off, Chiyu, Afterwind, Badu, Eternum, facing off against Marcus, Yokespy, Melver, and GN, first pick. Seeing Melver missing a few notes in the early stage there on that first combo, but Afterwind and Eternum finding misses of their own. This is a map that you can actually kind of int relatively easily because it is fairly low BPM streams, which combined with the fact that it's AR8 are quite tricky. Already several misses from multiple players, leaving Norway in an early lead.
You can really tell who the players are that kind of main this style of map right here. Norway running with Yokespy, who just kind of eats these maps up. But again, Romania has Badu, as we mentioned, probably one of the best low AR reading players in the world, who is kind of just running through with this with a double S, making it look like it is easy. There's 2 breaks on the side of Romania for Chiyu and Eternum again, which is going to leave Norway with a, we'll say it's a 3-2 FC lead, just because Afterwind is basically full comboing. He had a very early break, but, you know, Badu with that double S right now is holding off Yokespy, but GN's FC is going to be offsetting Afterwind, and Marcus is essentially an extended combo for them with very good accuracy as well. Melver starting to finally build up a combo, so...
Yeah, Melver's cursor looking quite shaky, though. I am surprised he's managing to maintain his combo, and there it goes. He is having a little bit of a rough go of things compared to the rest of his team, but fortunately, the 3-way FC, you know, Marcus is a player that I don't think gets talked about enough, and, you know, the community tournament scene obviously is a recognized name. Of course, he does break as I say that, but he is very, very strong, especially on these early round picks. He's not, you know, maybe the greatest late round player, but he is a very strong early round player. But Marcus and Melver both having some trouble. Fortunately for them, Eternum finding a break. However, there is plenty of combo on the side of Romania. That double FC almost matched, I should say, by Badu and Afterwind, but Yokespy and GN just doing enough for a very close early pick there. So not quite as one-sided as you might have expected. The double FC from Yokespy and GN, though, did pull through Badu with the 1x100. I think that's going to be the best play we'll see on that map. But just not quite enough backing him up from Romania, and that's going to be about a 92,000 point victory for the first pick for Norway. Very close, but they do emerge with the win on map 1.
Like, very solid from Team Norway as an overall team performance there. Melver kind of struggling on that, but I imagine he was more of a fill for this map. Norway just getting a 4th player in there to make sure that they could hold off what Romania put up there. But that score from Badu right there, that is... in my mind, impossible to beat for almost every single player in this tournament. That 1x100 play is just so rare to see, and it really shows just how comfortable he is on maps like this. And I think, you know, Romania had all the opportunity in the world there. We mentioned under 100,000 score difference on that pick, so Norway certainly not taking that by a comfortable amount, but they were able to bring it into the end with a lot of later breaks. And we saw something very similar earlier today with in the UK versus Chile, where it was just really strong scores until the ending of the map, where the combos just drop off. And, you know, we've seen it more today than we have in previous matches this weekend. but a lot of the late breaks really almost costing teams here today. But we're going to go back to Romania now. They're going to have their opportunity to get themselves on the board with their first pick here. I imagine they'll go for DT, and there's the DT2 pick immediately from Badoo as we say that. I think they have a strong lineup. I think even though Badoo may be not recognized as a primarily speed-oriented player, definitely has the speed to back his team up, especially when he's running with players like Eternum and Roly on his team, where there is just so much speed. I don't know if they'll have to run with Badoo just because they have so many new players that are good at this here. And Romania is going to have a good chance to get themselves on the board pretty early here, keeping this even.
Yeah, I think there's actually a chance that Badoo just doesn't play this map because the rest of his team has players who can come in for it. And it's the sort of skill set that I think with the rest of that roster in mind, they're going to be much stronger than Norway at. Obviously Norway planned out their ban. They banned the double time number 1, so they did knowingly leave this up, which, maybe that speaks to them feeling like they can put up a decent performance on it. But yeah, I think this DT is one that's more favored toward Romania. I think DT3 is a little bit more of a toss-up since it's more finger control oriented rather than raw speed. But we will see how things go. With this being the first pick from Romania, you've got to expect it to be something that they're going to feel very, very good about. This has been one of the most popular maps this round as well, so not surprising to see it again. And we're going to get underway here. It's going to be Roly, Afterwind, Christie2708, and Eternum for Romania. They'll be up against CompV, Fiel, Melver, and Nielsen for Norway on the first pick here for the Romanian side.
Good lineups for both of these teams here. Some nice additions to Norway. I mentioned before the match started. They have definitely rounded themselves out much more than they have in previous years on speed picks. So they will be able to contend a little bit more, especially with a lot of very early breaks. We're obviously going to get the little DT lag at the beginning as it fixes itself after this first pause. So we'll get everyone nice and synced up. But Romania running with players like Eternum on this is essentially a guaranteed FC a lot of the time. Eternum is just so comfortable on maps like this, and Roly, a great player to be able to back him up there. Christie's early break was Bancho, comfy, looking pretty comfortable on this, and Melver to back him up.
That was really bad.
I had to.
We did actually have an early break from Afterwind for Romania, but CompV does show up with the miss for Norway, so he was holding the SS no longer. We're going to go to the first Ki with a break from Melver as well as him, so 2 FCs, all that's left for Norway now, 3 FCs, and 1 near FC for Romania. They will be able to maybe extend out a little bit of a lead here in this first Ki section. They're looking pretty strong so far. Very high accuracy on Eternum. I think that's 100, maybe 2?
Yeah. That's very low for Eternum there. He is just going to be the player to keep your eyes on. Eternum is easily the best speed player running for Romania in this match. Afterwind a little bit behind his team in terms of combo at that early break, but it's not really going to matter because his accuracy is running above Melver's, who is the next closest to him besides Nielsen in terms of FCs. But it's 2 FCs to 3 technically right now, but Afterwind's combo alone is matching what Comfy and Melver are putting up. But there's a big break.
Christie. You're gonna watch out for Melver. He is shaking really, really badly. This break is a big help for him, but he is shaking horribly. I would not be surprised to see him have some trouble with the last Ki, considering how bad those shakes are when these streams come back in. Fiel and Nielsen still feeling pretty comfortable, but Eternum and Roly are matching them, and Afterwind matching Comfy and Melver as well. So just Christie a bit behind, but I think Romania is in a good spot here into this ending.
How is Melver still comboing? This is absolutely insane. He is really... I feel like this has gone beyond the point of shaking. This is like jittering at this point. There's not a lot of time left in the map, and there goes Afterwind and Melver.
Afterwind and Melver as well. Still the 2 FCs matching for Roly and Eternum against Fiel and Nielsen. Comfy with the big combo at the end, but just not going to end up being enough. It'll end up being pretty close, though. I mean, this is looking like it's going to end up under 100,000 points. And it does, about 95,000 points. So 2 very close opening picks for the teams. On their own first pick, they do both win their first pick, but they are both under 100K. So clearly a very close matchup here. I'm amazed by Melver able to keep that combo up as long as he did, but the ACK from Eternum, man, 3x100, very impressive. Fiel, not far behind, only 8 100s from him. So some very good performances, just a little bit better backing score from Romania.
It's already very impressive. You know, we mentioned before Badoo putting up probably the highest single player score on Hidden 2 in the previous pick. Now Eternum, I'd say this is probably the top, if not one of the top DT single player scores on this map here. So Romania really seems to be running with a lot of like singular players that are just the best at what these maps are. And I think it's really just coming down to how well their teammates can back them up. Norway had a lot of backing combo on the Hidden, and Romania, just the overall consistency on this DT. Norway had such an opportunity to bring that back as well at the ending. They had a really high overall team combo, and they just kind of ran out of time at the ending there. But we're going to keep going back and forth between these two teams. Definitely know what they are strong at, but it's kind of funny. Even though Romania is favored towards DT and Norway might be favored towards the reading, they're very similar teams. If you look at their overall rosters, they definitely have some players that you could be like, yeah, this kind of matches up here, and then we can put this player for this player. So very similar on paper if you really look down deep.
Yeah, I think that's part of what makes this matchup so close, is that some of these skill sets these players hold are so similar. Lots of players who are very good at reading and gimmicky type of stuff. As we said, I think Romania a little better on the top end mechanics, but the fact that Norway was able to keep that speedy DT pick within 100,000 points shows that at least on these early picks, they are very strong. And we are going to get the early Nomad 1 pick here from Norway. I am a little surprised by that, an AIM pick as their second selection of this match here against a Romania squad that has some really strong AIM players.
So I think Romania running with like the known strong AIM players here. I mean, you have players like Eternum, Rolly, and Badoo in right now that are just known for this. And Afterwind's certainly nothing to scoff at as well. But I definitely think they're running on the fact that Badoo's aim style lies very heavily in gimmick and very awkward aim. And this is more big jump consistency. And I think when you're running with players like Yokespie and Fiel, and I imagine GN will be coming in for this, we've seen, even though the accuracy might suffer on the side of Norway in terms of jump maps, and we've seen a lot of countries drop quite a bit of accuracy, even countries like the United States who played the other day losing so much accuracy at the beginning of this map. It's really all down to who can hold the combo. And if you come from community tournaments, Yokespie is very good at holding a combo. So
yeah, he is definitely a player who is known for prioritizing combo over accuracy in many cases. And it works out for him a lot of the time. Combo is a huge aspect of your score. So, making that priority is understandable and ends up working out just fine. But Badoo, for my money, one of the best raw aim players in the game. I mean, definitely up there with some of the greats. You see all those, all the clips, right? Badoo hits a thing. Reddit's favorite title, Badoo hits a thing. So with this being only a 6.3 star aim map, I think he's going to be quite comfortable. And he's a player who will be capable of, I think, keeping his accuracy up as well, since he's so good at kind of awkward rhythms. So I think both teams have players who are going to be really strong on this one.
Yeah, there's one very big jump section before the first Ki that has traditionally caught a lot of players out, even good aim players and some of the best. And there goes Badoo with a very early miss.
Man, I called it through the intro too. That first 50 combo, he had an SS and everybody else was at 97, 98% maximum. And then he just misses. That's so sad. But it's a 4-minute long Nomad 1, so plenty of time for that combo to be built back up.
Just trying to find his comfortability here. He's definitely not coming off of a similar aim style map. I'm not entirely sure what he was practicing or playing in between the two previous picks, but he did not play the DT, which means he is, if nothing else, coming from an AR8 streamy hidden map to an aim Nomad, which is a pretty big difference. But he's holding his own right now. He's the highest accuracy on his team, even with the miss.
Highest accuracy total, in fact, higher accuracy than Yokespie, who was the next highest. So Badoo making me look like maybe a little bit of a profit here. Hopefully he'll keep his combo up. But very small lead in favor of Romania despite that Badoo break because of their somewhat higher accuracy. It's pretty similar across the board, but they do have 3 players at or above 99%, while Norway only has 1. And there's a break from Melver in a pretty bad spot here as we're about to go into the next Ki.
Yeah, that's that first big Ki section there that a lot of players we've seen break on. It's not the biggest jumps ever, and this jump is the big section here, and Melver does break there as well. Yolkspie really solid on the accuracy right now. I know we mentioned, prioritizing combo game, but he is really showing off right now. GN and Fiel are very decent backing combos. Unfortunately, Melver just so far behind now that Romania is taking a massive score gap slowly.
Yeah, Nora with that Melver drop score, I mean, that's about, 80,000 points just on that one player versus the other players with their FCs. So that's going to be a big detriment. We are going to about reach the halfway point, and once again, Melver's shaking. That must just be part of his play style at this point, but I don't know how he deals with it. We'll see what happens as we get into more jumps, because that aim is going to be harder and harder to control the more he shakes.
Yeah, this is, interesting to see the different play styles on this map as well. The majority of the players that are still holding full combo for both teams are actually alternating this map, which is interesting to see for an early round Nomad 1 at 192 BPM. And there goes Melver again. Unfortunately, Norway, they're looking so strong on this Nomad pick here, but Melver just not able to compete, unfortunately. I think his shakes are just getting the best of him right now. The nerves really taking a big effect because his accuracy is not actually that bad. But even then, Romania's overall team accuracy, they're 99% plus on every single player. And their highest accuracy player is the only one that's not FCing, which is keeping him right in line with his teammates right now.
Yeah, this is a great team performance from Romania. And honestly, other than Melver, it's a great team performance from Norway as well. This is an absolutely fine pick from them. Unfortunately, just Melver's score falling 300,000 points to even more than that behind. As you said, and there goes Yolkspie as well, so that's probably going to seal the deal even with that break from Afterwind for Romania. The one player can make a big difference if everybody else is FCing, and his accuracy would be so good without those misses too. It's very unfortunate for Melver that he had those breaks, but Romania looks like they're going to be able to take this one. They'll get an early break point here, and this is just a great showing from really all of their members. Even Afterwind with that late miss is still going to put up a very solid score.
Yeah, this is just looking really good for Romania here at the end. Norway just letting it slip away a little bit in the earlier parts of the map there, and Melver just not quite able to match up there, but you have your good days, you have your bad days, and then the certain maps that you just can perform on. And unfortunately, today was not Melver's day. His accuracy actually very good. One of the higher accuracies on his team, almost hitting 99%. But I think it was just the placement of his misses. They were just so spaced out that he wasn't really able to build up a combo. And, as much as combo game is not the biggest part of this, it is certainly a massive portion. And only being able to get your max combo up to about a third of the total is detrimental to your score, him being about half the score of everyone else. So Norway's going to let a breakpoint slip away early on a pick that, could have been good for them, but definitely was a little bit questionable going up against Romania, picking the Nomad 1 aim map. And Romania is going to have their opportunity to kind of run away with this now if they're able to pick up their own pick here.
Yeah, this has been such a huge thing we've seen throughout a lot of these matches where, a team will go up 2-1, have their own pick go up 3-1, and that's just such a good spot to be in. You're absolutely in the driver's seat at that point in the match. So Romania, I'm sure, going to find a pick that they're good at. I'm expecting potentially even a Hard Rock here, but potentially a Nomad as well. There's a lot of options for a team like that, depending on how they feel on the given day, but maybe something like Hard Rock 2, and that is going to be the pick. So it's going to be Eve. They are going to go into the precision aim with our CS 6.5 Hard Rock here with Eve. That is, I think, a very good pick for Romania, a team who has some players who are quite good at the precision aim with the small circle skill of guys like Badu. I mean, he's going to be the one you're going to point out a lot of the time as he is the star player for that roster. But he is just really, really good at this sort of thing, as are several other players from that country. So I think this is a very good pick for them.
Yeah, this will be good to roll through for Romania here, just to kind of test the waters on all the different mods today. Make sure they have all of their entrances and exits covered. And, we mentioned Badu a lot. There's a lot of backing for Romania this year. You have players like Rolly and Eternum, a very good aim player as well. Christie, a little bit less known of a player, but very solid on the aim. A new player, I believe, for Romania. I don't remember Christy from last year, unless I'm forgetting, or a name change, but known a little bit more throughout single player scores rather than community tournaments or tournaments in general. But a solid choice for this map, and Romania just has so much coverage in the different mod picks that it's very hard to catch them off on something. Norway has a lot of good aim players, maybe not necessarily on a CS 6.5 Hard Rock. This requires a lot of precision, but when you're running with a lot of known aim players on both sides, especially players like Fiel, Kevzi, Yokespai, and Nielsen, it's such an interesting lineup when you get into the actual map. It's cool to see where the players are finding the breaks, because they're not always in the conventional spots.
Yeah, whenever you see a CS 6.5, unless you're a player like a Badu or a Kingling or someone like that who is known for their precision aim, you can miss almost anywhere. It's so easy to miss on tiny circles like these. So got to be very careful, got to keep good control. And I think that might be why we're seeing Melver going out for this one. That shaky aim, I don't think would fare very well on a map like this. So one roster swap there for Norway that was very expected. To your point earlier, I will note that Christy did play last year's OWC, just in case anybody was wondering. He played 2019, did not play previously, did not play 2018, but he was on the team last year that had that solid run. But we'll get into the map, and we'll see how Romania's pick goes here. They looked pretty good on their first one, even though it only was 100,000 points difference. They looked very good on Nomad 1, but this is a quite different skill set than what we've seen before. And it's going to start off with an early break from Fiel for Norway.
Yeah, this will be a little bit of a rocky start for Norway here. Definitely not the team picked for the high CS here. But Eternum finding an early break as well is actually going to give combo lead to Norway. They're going to stay in the back for score for now just because of the accuracy, but it's going to slowly catch up as Fiel has about an 80 combo lead over Eternum right now. And there goes Christy as well, so Norway now with a very decent combo lead.
And Rolly is gone too, the only combo left now on Badu. Norway is going to run with this one. Do we see a back-to-back break point happening here as Christy finds another miss? Nielsen finds the second break for Norway, but they still have the FCs. Yokespai and it's Kevzi both holding on. This is going to get quite interesting. Nielsen is kind of not a factor at this point. He's only, 100k behind. He is still ahead of the score of Christy. He's ahead of the score of Rolly. So it's a long road ahead here for Romania, and Norway's got a lot of combo still.
Yeah, Yokespai and Kevzi still on the FCs, matching Badu and besting him with that extra FC, and Fiel outscoring Eternum with the early break. Eternum does have a little bit of an accuracy advantage though, but there goes Fiel. So now here's the opportunity with Nielsen breaking. Romania's starting to build up a lot of combo again now, and this score line could slowly creep back over. You see it starting to move towards the left, but the time is running out with Norway.
There's a break from Eternum. That might have just sealed the deal. Kevzi breaking near the end, but I think it's late enough not to matter. I don't think there's a way for Romania to bring this one back. This is going to be back-to-back breakpoints. It's going to be another very close map, though. Just a score gap of 100,000, but a great performance from Norway. Not a team that I would have expected to come in and take a precision aim pick off of Romania, but the FC from Yokespai matching Badu. The other combo is just a little bit stronger, and that is a tied match 2-2 on the break point.
I don't know if we made note of it, but Yokespai on the top and the center there, something I see very rarely from him. He was shaking quite a bit on those ending jumps there. Maybe, got to see the scoreboard a little bit before the map ended in a very surprising break point for them. He put up some of the best accuracy I've actually seen him put up on a CS 6.5 Hard Rock in a while. Trying to go up against players like Eternum and Badu on a Hard Rock pick is very difficult to match that accuracy. And he was a very, very big factor for Norway in that point there. And a very, very needed break point for them after letting up Nomad 1. This is going to get them right back in this match on their own pick, no less. If Norway continues with this, and we just go back and forth on these picks here, this could be the first tiebreaker we see this round, or since the Russia.
It was Ukraine versus South Korea. Was the only tiebreaker we've seen so far. Yeah, this is we talked about this matchup being so close, especially with this early round pool, and so that being the direction we're heading in is not surprising to me. And we are going to get the free mod pick now. I think we kind of made mention of the fact that free mod was an expected mod pool for both of these teams to go into. So BS Power Explosion, I think, being a very logical pick here for Norway. They've got players who are quite comfortable on either mod on this, as does Romania. So this should be another contested pick.
Yeah, this was definitely something I think that both of these teams have a lot of mod coverage. We talk about the specific skill sets of these players a lot, but there is just so much, malleability with these teams here, and you hit a lot of these experienced tournament players where they have just, even though they have their mod that they kind of stick out in, you gotta force yourself to be able to be comfortable with a lot of different mods being a prominent community tournament player. And when you have players like, Badoo and Yokespie, who you see all the time, they are really able, even though they have their main skill set lying in that reading and gimmick, to take a lot of different aspects here. And both of these teams, it'll be interesting to see what mods they end up running with. I think Romania is going to be a little bit more obvious, with Eternum most likely taking Hard Rock and Badoo maybe running the hidden for them. But Norway, I feel like there's just so much opportunity for them to change up their mods here that I think, with GN in, it probably more solidifies the fact that he's going to run with the hidden today, but the Hard Rock kind of floating around there.
I think it's Kevzi, right? After the last pick. I would not be surprised to see him being the Hard Rock player in this. He did come in for Eve on Hard Rock and put up a very good score. So I would not be surprised if he's the Hard Rock player. We have also noted that certain teams have run overmods on this. So we would not be surprising to see some extra mods here and there. Somebody like Yokespie, who's so good at hidden, they could run like a double hidden with a Hard Rock and then maybe one no mod. Similarly for Romania, I think they could potentially look to run 2 Hard Rocks and a hidden as well. But we'll get to find out here as we load in. And it's going to be, looks like, the overmod in a big way for Norway. All 4 players running mods: Kevzi and Fiel, Hard Rock, GN, and Yokespie hidden. Romania going for the minimal mods: Hard Rock on Christie, hidden on Afterwind, Badoo and Eternum, the no mod players. So they kind of roll with that top players running no mod strat, whereas Norway, with this being their pick, go for the big overmod. We'll see if that works out for them. Sometimes it does, and sometimes it doesn't. You just don't know. And it all depends on how comfortable a given player is with the mod on this type of map.
We've seen a lot of good overmodding on this map, and I think most teams that do it are generally pretty comfortable, bar a couple of unfortunate misses. But, there goes a Eternum with the no mod, so that's a big combo lost. You really, if you're running no mod on your top players, you're really putting a lot of trust in them to get a guaranteed FC here, not running with a mod here. Badoo definitely pulling his weight with that double S still and Afterwind on the hidden, and Christie with 99%, but Norway so strong overall. I definitely am not surprised to see an overmod from them, especially on their own pick. I'm sure they're comfortable with it. And GN and Yokespie are definitely the type of people that I would expect to be more comfortable on an AR9 pick with hidden on. Kevzi just kind of rolling through with the Hard Rocker right here, 99.4, and Christie as well, 99.25.
There is the break from Kevzi, though. That's the first miss from Norway, and it came at a pretty inopportune time as we're right about halfway through. That score gap is going to come over to Romania as they have a big combo lead now, heading into the middle portion of the map. This rhythm does not really let it up on you very much. The alternating triples and quints coming through. And there's a break from Christie, though, so that is another FC gone for Romania. Norway will be able to hold on to the lead. Triple FC against 2 FCs and 1 big combo. It's going to take another miss from Norway now if Romania wants to have a chance at a comeback in the last third.
Yokespie really shaking more than I traditionally see him shake on some of these more mid-match picks here. But Norway with
GN,
that's a big break.
He fell off that entire stream. That was a bunch of accuracy dropped as well as his combo. There is some time left here for Romania to make up this score gap, and Christie and Eternum have both recovered quite well from the earlier misses. Score should be shifting over here, especially with Badoo and Afterwind still holding those FCs.
It's going so far over to Romania's side right at the end here. There's gonna be enough time, unless there's a big break from Romania here.
The score, but that's a big break.
Eternum broke. That's gonna give it away to Norway at the last second.
Oh my! It happened right at that last moment. 20,000 points. Oh, Eternum just had to hold through the last, 20 combo, and he would have brought that back, but unfortunately it was not to be, and Norway, with the double FC from Fiel and Yokespie, are able to hang on, and they take the 3-2 lead. Another incredibly close map. We have had no shortage of those in this matchup, and despite the 3-way S rank for Romania, just not quite enough for them. Maybe wishing they'd had Badu on a mod, because that could have made the difference.
20,000 score difference between those two teams right there, and it was quite literally all on that last miss from Returnum. Unfortunately for him, he held so well after that first initial break, and right at the end there was just enough time. And the problem was the score lead went over to Romania, but goodness, it was maybe only by 3,000 or 4,000. It had just flickered over to their side, so there was absolutely zero room. I think even a couple of hundreds at the end there might have even pushed it towards Norway again. But that break right at the ending, the score lost on Scorby2 from finding a break that late and that many just loses so much in the end there. And Norway with the consistent overall performance and that 4 mod really working out for them. Any one player without a mod could have let that 20,000 score up.
I was gonna say that overmod ended up actually paying dividends for them. One less mod on Norway or one more mod on Romania with the exact same performances, and Romania would have taken the point, which is why I was a bit surprised to see only the 2 mods on Romania, because that's not a super difficult map. But Norway pulling out the strats and making it work at that last second. Now, we're gonna go back into another speedy pick though. We're going to see Nomad 5 as the selection from Romania. We saw that DT pick a little bit earlier on from them that they won on their first point. So this is another map, you know, it's at that 220 BPM. That's something we think that Romania is a little stronger on. And maybe another point. They've lost a couple in a row here, though. They're going to need this one if they want to avoid falling behind a match point.
This is going to be a strong pick for Romania, I think, if they continue their trend of being good at the DT maps here. This speed map, you know, even catching some of the best speed players on this weekend. And, you know, being 3 minutes and 43 seconds long, this is not short by any means. So there is a little bit of breaking room for players here, but traditionally been about those big FCs into the end of this map here. I think, what was it, Bubbleman put up the 1x100 on this map earlier today, so... Was this his 4x100 map? It was one of them.
Yeah, this was Bubbleman's 1x100. He was on an absolute rampage. We'll see if anybody in this match can try to live up to that score. I don't know that anyone is quite up to Bubbleman's level on this, and now already the only person left who can do it is Christy2708, and now there is no chance. All right, there are already more hundreds than Bubbleman had on literally every single player. These are two teams that not quite as strong with this skill set perhaps as the United Kingdom, and especially not as strong as Bubbleman. But the early accuracy advantage in favor of Romania. We've talked about Norway not being super great at speed, and you can see some of their players having a little trouble with the accuracy, just trying to keep their combo up. It is still an 8-way full combo, so anything can happen. I believe Eternum might have missed in about the first 15 combo, in fact, with a slider break perhaps. But still, we're going to remain very close, just the accuracy separating teams right now. As Nielsen and Rolly trade breaks going into the first break in the map. Again, very long, 3 minutes and 43 seconds. There is a lot of time for anything to happen on this pick.
Yeah, that break is essentially nullified as well. Nielsen and Rolly basically with the same accuracy overall, which means both of them break. But Eternum's break, that's big, because that's later. That's a slider break for him at about a quarter way through the map. And something to note about Norway, they did sub Melver out for this map. They're running a new lineup for the speed versus what they had on the DT here, hoping to put up a little bit more combo, and it seems to be working. GN, Biel, and Comfy still on the FCs. And it's the 2 breaks, Rolly and Eternum, just Nielsen for Norway, but we're still not at the halfway point of the map yet, which means that there's plenty of time to recover combo, but that also means that that's longer for Norway to run with this 3-way FC.
And one thing to note here, Romania bringing in Luci Bucci for the first time, and he is currently putting up the best score in the lobby, 99% accuracy, the only one at 99+. Nielsen does find another break, but still the 3-way FC for Norway. But Romania is going to rely a lot on Luci Bucci at this point. It looks like he is their best performer for this pick so far. Still a small lead, though, for Norway as he breaks. Luci Bucci, I'm sorry I mentioned your name, man. All me, my bad. Comfy, though, does come back with a break of his own for Norway, so it is not going to be the end of the world there for Romania, but the BLGN double FC still doing a lot of work here for Norway as we go just past the halfway mark.
Norway needs to be very careful right now. They have 2 FCs on the board, and Romania only has 1, but those combos from Eternum and Rolly completely offsetting one of those FCs. The combined score of both of those players into the ending here, if they hold the FCs, is going to be enough to pull this back to Romania's side, because the accuracy on GN and Christie, very close, 1% difference. Lucci finding a break, however, is going to, kind of offset the time required for Romania to bring this back. But with a quarter of the map left, Eternum and Rolly still holding, and Christie offsetting an FC from Norway, this is fully comebackable with any break from Norway right here. The score line is going to be so close.
Yeah, and this ending is quite tricky. The last couple hundred combo of this map, there are plenty of places where you can find breaks. Fiel and GN absolutely have to hold on and hope that Comfy and Nielsen can hold on as well behind them. Those two FCs making the difference. So for the moment for Norway, they maintain about 100,000 point lead, but that can change in an instant. But we're coming very close to the ending here. We're running out of time here for Romania. Norway looking as comfortable as can be still. Those two FCs holding on just fine. They might just be able to do this and emerge with another break point here. We're getting into the very ending, and there are no breaks from Norway. They're going to take this point, and it's going to be another break point. That's going to be 3 picks in a row for Norway, and they are now at match point with their own pick to come. Who would have seen this coming?
That was the performance of the day from Norway there. Completely against all odds, I think, stacked against them on a speed pick. Eternum with 99.59%, just barely dropping his FC from the beginning on that slider break there. Quite literally the difference on Romania here was just a couple of one miss and slider break plays, unfortunately for them, just letting that slip through their fingers at the ending there. And Fiel and GN, Fiel is very solid at the speed, but GN, probably the player that the least amount of people would have expected to almost top score for Team Norway on a speed no-mod pick, but he is really just proving that, his experience is really just going to carry him through this match right here. GN, one of the older players on Team Norway here. He's been around for quite a while, and he's really showing off that all-rounder skill that he has in this match, saying, no, I am going to push my team to the victory in this. And Norway have already forced match point now. Romania need 2 picks in a row if they even want to attempt tiebreaker here, and they have to do it on Norway's pick, no less.
This is a really rough spot to be in now if you're Romania. A little bit of a mispick maybe on that No-Mod 5. It could have gone either way, right? Like you alluded to, if Eternum had not found those early slider breaks, his score wouldn't have been enough to make the difference in favor of Romania, but it was just not to be. And now this is a big pick here for Norway. I don't know what necessarily to expect them to go into. Maybe it's a No-Mod 3 or a No-Mod 4. The alt map or the tech map in the No-Mod pool, but it's tricky because a lot of these maps I think are still basically toss-ups, and they're going to go with No-Mod 2 instead. It's going to be Shoujo Kisokyoku, which is very much a stream map that is not all that difficult. And if there's anything we just learned from the No-Mod 5 pick, it's that Norway is better at these types of maps than we would have expected.
Yeah, Norway running really strong on the streams today, and something very important to note about this No-Mod 2, it is less heavy on the stamina and the BPM, and it's a little bit more focused on the stream velocities here, and we've seen a lot of players get caught up by either under-aiming or over-aiming these streams, just going slightly too fast or slow, and it does catch up a lot of even the best stream players on something like this, so it's important to note that this really goes either way for this map. And when you're Norway and you're coming off of the high of winning a very streamy no-mod speed pick, you might as well roll out with, the slightly lower BPM no-mod 2. The streams are a little bit more consistent, but Norway been looking really consistent today overall. This might be really good for them, but Romania has been putting up some very good performances to back it, just very slightly underperforming on a couple of picks compared to what Norway's been putting up. So they still have the opportunity to stay in this on Norway's pick, and if they win this, they are back to their own. So, Romania has all the opportunity in the world right now. The ball is in their court, and they just have to keep it.
It's an interesting pick. I think, again, we've said so many of these maps are just absolute toss-ups. I feel like it's hard to favor either one of these teams on many of these maps. Norway, what I think they're doing a very good job of here is they're keeping Badoo out of the equation Romania picked Nomad 5, which he wasn't in for. Then Norway picks Nomad 2, which he's also not in for. And as we've said, Badoo is probably the highest individual skill cap player in this match. So not having him in is a huge deal. Romania forced to play with 4 other very good players, but not, kind of their specialist, absolute, all-round God mode except for speed player, I guess. So Norway have a little bit of the advantage there, and they are coming off of a win on the stream pick. So we're just going to see if they can maintain that.
Yeah, Norway have to be very careful because there were 2 very unfortunate breaks, the 1 miss and the 1 slider break from Eternum and Rolly on that previous pick. And if they improve from that in any fashion here, Norway is going to be given a significant amount of trouble here in terms of accuracy, given Romania's current stance with Eternum still double S-ing. This is a map that he is fantastic at something, so he will be a very big factor for Romania in this right now. And Yulson looking to try and offset that for Norway with the highest accuracy, but still in the favor of Romania accuracy alone. It's going to come down to whoever finds the first break.
Yeah, and this is, again, a decently long map. It's 3 minutes, plenty of combo, and you wonder a little bit as well if nerves are going to start to play a bit of a factor. We get into these deeper stages of the match where it's match point. You're on the 7th map being played. There's a little bit of the nerves and the stamina of the whole match and the pressure of the situation maybe coming into play a little bit. But so far, nobody really looking like they're shaking too badly, but that's a break from Comfy. That's going to be the first miss on any player. The 4-way still being maintained by Romania, but now down to 3 for Norway.
Yeah, this is really looking good for Romania right now. Eternum is just shredding this map up, and Comfy, unfortunately, just got shredded by that stream right there. That was a lot of misses, which on Score V2 is really big. That's a lot of score lost. You can see he's already 100,000 behind the rest of his team now, unfortunately. But there's also not much you can do about this. Romania still holding 4 FCs on the board with very, very good accuracy after when the only one struggling. But it is more than made up by Eternum and Christie on that high accuracy. And there goes Nilsson as well for Norway. And that is going to leave almost no opportunity to come back, unfortunately, with only a quarter of the map left to go.
Yeah, it's 300,000 points in the lead for Romania now. It would take basically a full combo reset for Norway to have any sort of chance in this one. This was a pick that made sense at the time, but a little bit risky as well because it is not one of the more difficult maps in the pool. And it's something that clearly Romania feels very good on. Eternum still maintaining that 1x100 play. Christie and Rolly just a bit behind. Afterwind struggling a little bit with Act, but he's keeping the combo up, and that's what matters the most. And, well, as I say that, he immediately breaks. It is still 3 FCs to 2, though. It's not going to be the end of the world. We're going to come down to the very end of this one, and it looks like it's going to be a break point back here as Thiel finds a last-moment break for Norway. It's going to be a break point back here for Romania. It's going to be 4-3 the score, and they're going to have their own pick to try to send it to a tiebreaker. Now, immediately you are thinking, what is our pick here? What is the best option for us to try and send this on to that 4-4 tie into the tiebreaker? And that is a tough, tough decision to make.
That is going to be decently difficult for Romania here. A very confident finish there. Eternum 1x100. You absolutely love to see it. That is the performance that we expect to see out of him. Such a consistent stream player, and I think he's definitely probably a little bit disappointed by his performance on some of the previous picks that they could have won, but he has certainly made up for it on the Nomad 2 pick here. That is the highest accuracy I think we've seen on this map for this entire round of the tournament. I don't think anyone else has gotten below 2 or 3. So that is just insane from him. And Romania going to look, again, as you mentioned, for that tiebreaker forcing pick here. They have a lot of options, and Norway's been looking good across the board, so it's going to be very hard. They have a DT open here, and Romania normally confident, but they could go back, and they went for the Hard Rock again. They looked very good on Eve, but it was so close into the ending of that, and Romania really needs to be, really confident on this Hard Rock 1 to be able to close this.
Yeah, I mean, Eve did go the way of Norway, but this is a little bit different of a Hard Rock pick. Going from that precision aim into something that's a little more about the those bursts that come up a lot, the triples and quints. At a CS, I believe 5.2 rather than 6.5. One thing that I want to note going into the next map, the Nomad 2 that was picked just now by Norway that they lost was lost by 750,000 points. That was by about 300k, the largest margin of victory we've seen in this entire match. does that affect their mental going into what could be a tiebreaker forcing pick here, to know that they had the match on their side, that they got to pick for a potential closer, and they end up losing it by such a vast margin? How does that affect your mental going into the opponent's last pick? You know, you've got to make sure to maintain your calm and consistency, but it's rough when you really get just blown out on a pick like that.
I think what we can hope from Norway right now is that they were picking that map based on their performance solely from Nomad 5, just to see if they could continue, or maybe just to see if Romania would put up a similar performance, because if they did, they'd be able to close it out there. And I think that would be best case scenario for Norway. If that was kind of their stretch pick right there, they just wanted to see if they could close it out on that one. Unfortunately, you know, backfiring for them in the end. And as we come back to Hard Rock, Norway is going to be very hard pressed to put up the same performance that they did on Hard Rock 2. But they looked very good on the aim there, and they've been looking very good on the aim overall today. So Romania definitely has their work cut out for them on this next map here, and they really, you know, quite literally have to win this to force a tiebreaker here in a very, very close match. Romania's last chance.
And this does notably bring Badoo back in. You know, I talked about it being a boon to Norway that they didn't have to face him, and then they ended up losing the pick anyway. So we'll see what kind of difference maker he can be. But Rolly, Eternum, and Christie have looked very good throughout this match. Norway rolling with Marcus Fiel, Yokespy, Gian, a very strong roster as well. Notably no Kevzy, who was in for the preceding Hard Rock pick, as well as playing Hard Rock on the free mod. So a little surprising maybe to see him go out for this particular one. But otherwise, I think kind of the expected rosters for both these teams on a map where you can break a lot of different places. It's tough to be consistent on this one. A lot of people have found misses at very unlucky times, so we're going to hope that everyone can hold through and avoid letting the nerves get to them. At this 3-4, you know, the score gap is not big, and Norway's still on that match point.
GN with that very early break puts him a decent amount of combo behind, and on a 2-minute and 2-second map, that is huge for Romania right now.
Also huge is the accuracy. Fiel at 94%, GN at 95%, 96 on Marcus and Yokespy. A break from Eternum, but it's matched by Yokespy, and the accuracy lead vastly in favor of Romania. 97 Badoo, 99 on Christie, 98 on Eternum. The only one struggling with AC is Rolly, and he is still maintaining an FC. So that is going to be a huge help for Romania as well. They're going to build up a bit of a lead on the combo as well as the accuracy lead. So this is going to go into the last third with a 300,000 point lead so far for Romania.
Massive for Romania right now. These three FCs really pushing them in here. Gian unfortunately finding another break into the end. He was starting to build up a decent combo, but the accuracy on Romania just continuing to push this in their favor, and this was a smart pick, and there goes all of them.
And Marcus, this one is now over. That just ended the map right there.
Yeah, if it wasn't already fully in the favor of Romania, it certainly is now, and there's finally the full combo reset for Norway with Yokespy breaking in the end. And 3 FCs on Romania into the close here. Christie and Eternum on the accuracy, 98.63 and 98. Eternum actually breaks on that last slider. But a good performance. I
mentioned that Nomad 2 being the most one-sided pick we'd seen so far in the match. Well, that didn't last long. That was the most one-sided map we got to see in the match. 1.2 million points margin of victory for Romania. Hard Rock 1 going the way that they wish Hard Rock 2 had gone, because they would have just won the match if it had. But instead, they do manage to force the tiebreaker, which means we are getting, for the second time this weekend, welcome to the Black Parade. It is time for a tiebreaker at the 4-4 score. We expected this match to be a good one, and it is proving to be just that.
This is going to be an interesting tiebreaker between these two teams. We've seen a lot of good consistency from both sides here, but it's been kind of flickering back and forth on who's performing today. But I imagine the lineups for this are going to bring back those classic consistency lineups, maybe even something similar to what we saw from the Nomad 1 lineups. There's a lot of aim in this tiebreaker. Not a ton, though, but it's, I guess, flowy. Trying to put a finger on, I guess, describing this. But, you know, if you come from community tournaments and you watch a lot of these players and what they're able to put up on maps like this, you hear the term pretty often in a lot of other community tournaments, getting Yokespied in tiebreaker, And it's something that we see all too often where Yokespie will kind of just show up and like rock out a tiebreaker like it's nothing. And that could be very big for Norway right now if he's feeling confident. But you're also going up against Romania, who have players like Badoo and Rolly and potentially Eternum playing this that can kind of just roll through these, you know, higher difficulty maps here just because they're so comfortable on them.
Yeah, it's looking like we might end up seeing Chiyu in, who I don't know that we've seen in quite some time, but he was in for the Nomad 1 pick. So that is a player on the side of Romania who they do feel comfortable putting in for aim maps, which Tiebreaker has some aim to it, and we're going to be getting underway. So these are the rosters set. It's going to be Rolly, Badoo, Chiyu, Christy, the aim consistency squad for Romania, taking on Marcus, Melver, Yokespie, and GN. Melver coming in for the first time, I believe, in a while as well, and we had made a lot of note of the fact that he was shaking very badly in some of those early picks, and on a long tiebreaker like this, just about 5 minutes, that could end up coming into play here. That might be something to be concerned about. Also notable, Yokespie running hidden, so a little bit of mod advantage here for Norway, but I don't know that it'll end up mattering.
Yeah,
and sing along if you know the words. It is Welcome to the Black Parade.
We are
getting underway.
Ready. We're ready. It's time for tiebreaker, the second tiebreaker of the weekend. Norway versus Romania. Again, these are the two closest teams out of qualifiers, the 16th and 17th seeded teams, rightfully so, going to tiebreakers. So close in skill sets here. A lot of accuracy drops at the beginning, except for Chiyu, who is coming back in to make a statement. Going to try and hold this down for Romania at the beginning on the accuracy. Norway holding that score lead on the hidden on Yokespie right now. And, you know, I mentioned before the map started, I'll say it again, getting Yokespie in tiebreaker is something that happens to all too many people, and it's normally because he has a mod on and just kind of rolls through it. So we'll see what happens there. Romania's looked so strong after they recovered from a lot of extra points lost here. They're going to look to continue that.
This is a very tricky map, honestly, and Melver is going to find the first break, and we are already 350 combo in. This is such a long intro, but, you know, it's hard to act this intro deceivingly difficult in the beginning, and then obviously difficult with the very fast slider velocities and the tricky aim. So that combo is going to be at a premium here, and the accuracy as well. Badoo now with the highest stack at 98, and Melver finding another break. I was a little concerned seeing him coming in for this match, or for this map. He's got a lot of time left to go, but he is already shaking, and he is missing all. Oh my goodness, Melver. Oh my dear Melver, I'm so sorry. He has a localized earthquake going on as GN and Christy trade breaks going into the first verse of the song.
Yeah, this is very unfortunate for Melver. You know, I didn't want to say anything when I saw him come back in because I was going to give the benefit of that. But there goes Marcus as well. So it is not all on Melver right now. It is the entirety of Norway who is just not having a good time at the beginning here. And Romania just looking so strong right now. Yokespie, the only FC left. But, you know, you really did have to be concerned after, you know, they gave Melver a chance to kind of mellow out right here. But, you know, I really hope he's able to pull himself together. There's a break from Rolly, so they're not completely out yet, but he's really just shaking so much on this tiebreaker.
Yeah, this is a really rough spot to be in now for Norway. Halfway through the match, Chiyu and Badoo still on the double FC, and only Yokespie with the FC. It is the Yokespie method, 96% accuracy, still holding on to the FC, but he's shaking a little bit as well, and his team is crumbling a bit around him. Melver's struggling a lot. Another break from him, and GN and Marcus doing what they can to reestablish some combo. And there goes Yokespie's FC. I don't know that he's going to be carrying on any longer. I think it's going to be Romania welcoming them to the Black Parade here. They are the ones that are going to be in the driver's seat. Chiyu finally finds a break, but Badoo still holding strong. He is carrying on for Romania, trying to lead them forward in this map and in this tiebreaker.
Yeah, it is going down right now. Chiyu finally finds a break, but Badoo with 99.35% accuracy and climbing. Rolly finds a break. It really doesn't matter, unfortunately. Norway has fully combo reset, and with Badoo still holding an FC and Christy with a massive backing combo right now, going to soon pass even the highest score on Norway of Yokespie with 400,000 right now. Badoo is just running this across the finish right now. He is full sprinting this down into the end of the map here, holding through the 1/3 section into the slider as Melver and Chiyu find a break. This is it for Norway. Romania coming into the finish of this match so strong after being on a point deficit. Badoo shake, hello, what was that, Badoo? Okay,
Fortunately,
Badoo?
those couple breaks. What is he
Badoo?
doing? I'm pretty sure
Hello?
he was trolling. There's no way he wasn't
no
trolling
way.
just then. What is he
There's
doing?
Badoo? Is he just having a stroke?
I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter because it's a 500k lead, but I'm not sure what he was doing there.
Hello?
I'm not sure, but man, it's just not going to matter because despite the ending combo here from Yolkspy and GN, Romania just did more than enough to take a huge lead. I don't think that can possibly be.
I can't. There's no.
Like, there's no way
can't.
that's unintentional.
I've seen it before. I've seen players shake like this before, and you know exactly who I'm talking about right now. It is possible. But what? Badoo, what?
Badoo?
What is happening?
Oh, well, it's fine. He put up 700k. That was more than enough. Romania are gonna be your victors. Welcome Romania to the round of 16. Welcome Romania to the Black Parade. They have taken the point. They have taken the match. They get a date with the United States for their troubles, and they get to send Norway on down to the losers bracket in a thriller of a comeback performance in those last few
That
months.
was amazing from them. Some interesting sections at the ending there. You had Badoo and Melver kind of, pulling off the cha-cha slide with their cursors for the majority of the map at the ending there. But, Norway with an insane performance today overall as a team. That was absolutely amazing to force Romania onto tiebreaker. Even given the qualifiers performance from both of these teams here, Romania's performance from last year was definitely the one to beat. And, they were probably still the favorites coming into this match. And they did make it work in the ending, but not after a significant amount of stress, I imagine, having to go to tiebreaker in the ending there. Fortunately, they were able to close it, and they will be your winners to go up against none other than the United States next week. Norway will be going down to the losers bracket to face off against Malaysia. And that will be it for that match. We have half an hour, everybody, until the final match of the round of 32.
And maybe in that half an hour we can catch our collective breath after that one. My God, did that match deliver. 16 versus 17 seed. On paper, it's supposed to be close, and man, did it live up to it. That was one of the best matches we've seen this weekend, I believe. Only the second tiebreaker, of course. And man, I'm so happy to see the tiebreaker, and I wonder how many pick'ems did Romania just save with that win. Oh my goodness.
That probably took a couple of years off some of those players' lives. That was an insanely close match. We saw sub 100k score lines for the first couple of maps, and then we went through to Norway with a massive lead and then a tiebreaker pullback from Romania. This is just absolutely crazy, and this is what you love to see, because if we're seeing it in the round of 32, you better bet you're going to see it in the later points of the tournament here. This is only the first round, and we still have plenty left to come. And another exciting match after this, Germany versus Turkey. Turkey qualifying in a higher spot than last year, improving on that 32nd qualifying spot and taking a point against the United States. They'll look to give Germany a little bit of trouble here on that match.
Yeah, with this being such an early stage, the pool's not getting that hard yet. Those hard scaling players, the White Cats and Dustuses and the Okinamos of the world, not really able to come into their own quite so much in this early stage. Turkey took a point off of the United States. It's not beyond the realm of reason to say that they can do the same thing against Germany. It's easy to underestimate those lower seeded teams. We saw the United States already drop a point against Malaysia last night. We could see the same thing happen to Germany here again this afternoon. That match is going to be in just about half an hour, so catch your breath, grab a quick bite to eat, grab a drink, and we'll be back with you guys 18:30 UTC for the last match of the weekend before our round of 16 is fully set and the map pool showcase comes up after that.
That'll do it for us for the matches for now. Again, as you mentioned, half an hour, and we are good to go. We have been your commentators for now, Chili Repair and this one guy. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you for watching. See you guys in half an hour. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to OS World Cup round of 32 for 2020. We are bringing you the last match of this round, starting momentarily. It is going to be pre-tournament hype surrounding this team, Germany, taking on Turkey, last year's surprise victor of a single point over top-seeded United States, looking to repeat that performance. I am this one guy still with you today for the last match here, and I am going to be joined by none other than Monko2K for this last match of the day. Hello, Monko. How are you doing today?
Hello, I am really cold. How are you?
I am very warm, oddly enough. I'm doing quite well, so, looking forward to seeing what this Germany squad can bring to the table here for their first match with their new and improved White Cat-focused roster. I think that's all everybody's going to want to talk about, and I think I'd be interested in your thoughts on the man, the myth, the legend himself going into this tournament.
Yeah, that's pretty much the story of at least these few opening matches. Brand new players for Germany, 4 new members, or technically 4. 1 of them is returning from 2018. But White Cat, Neox, and Smarty, all brand new talent. White Cat, of course, the #1 global player currently. And I believe this is his first badged tournament since his unban. Same for Neox.
Yeah, that is correct. This was perfect timing.
We have seen White Cat play a couple of show matches, same with Neox, but we haven't seen them play any real tournaments, at least not on Band Show. So it's going to be interesting to see what he can bring to the table in these early rounds.
Yeah, I think the story of White Cat is going to be a big focus for a lot of people in this tournament. You've seen Germany performing really, really well in the last couple of years. They've been a top team 2019 and 2018. And now, the big question, will White Cat be what it takes to push them over the edge and maybe finally, assert some dominance over the other teams at the top, like the United States? But first, they've got to contend with Turkey, and this is a very early round, and this is a Turkey team that, as I said, did manage to take a point off the United States last year, who, of course, went on one of the most historic OWC runs we've ever seen. So I don't want to ignore them. They're a team that I would like to see at least get a point and make this match interesting.
Yep, and they have certainly improved since last year. They've also got 4 new members, and they've improved their seeding. They were last seed last time around. This time they're not quite last, 29th, so they are on an upwards hill. But same for Germany, moving from 6th seed last year to 4th seed this year. It looks like they are more ready this year, I would say.
Yeah, I think, they come in with some players just on absolute tears. Okinamo has looked amazing in a lot of tournaments recently. White Cat, of course, making his first appearance, as you said, in a badge tournament. You've got guys like Dust Ice, who is up there with Bubbleman and Vaxay, the kind of final bosses of OS World Cup, where they're the guys that everyone looks toward for the dominant performances. So Germany coming in very ready for this tournament, one of the pre-tournament favorites. I think one of the few teams that people consider in that SS tier up there with the United States, and some would say maybe Australia as well. And they're going to look to see, to avoid any sort of trap games. The United States lost a point last night. Germany going to try to avoid seeing that same fate happen to them. And we're going to get quickly on into the bans and picks here. And, the question for me, too, is, what do you even try to pick and ban against a team that's this well-rounded? I have no clue.
Yeah, especially in this early stage where you really can't abuse Germany's few weaknesses, if there are any at all. I think Turkey's just going to have to bet against banning their worst maps on this pool. This map pool is slightly easier than the qualifiers map pool, about 6.1 average star rating, I believe, versus 6.3 in the qualifiers. But on paper, a very difficult task for Turkey. I think they are probably, looking at their qualifier statistics, they tended to have a worse time with flow aim maps versus raw aim. And I think they're probably going to go along the lines of that for this match. Probably ban out a Nomad 2, perhaps.
Yeah, looking at this team and knowing the strengths of Germany, I think, they're good at everything, but some of those players especially known for speed and stream. So Nomad 2, Nomad 5, I think both good options to try and ban against them. To at least, you know, if you're Turkey, you're just kind of trying to put your best foot forward. So you want to at least ban out a surefire win for the other team, whatever that is. And I think it's one of those two in all likelihood. Or I could just be completely wrong and they could ban Nomad 1. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Okay, yeah, that is not what I expected. That was actually one of their better performances from the qualifier. But I guess going against a team like Germany, where you've got White Cat, the #1 aimer, maybe Nomad 1 is a safe ban.
White Cat is in fact just an aim player. That's
He's
his,
pretty beast at aim.
He's all right at aim, I would say. Maybe decent. Like he's good enough. Germany
Germany's gonna ban TT1. That's kind of surprising for me, given they've got, you know, Dust Ice, Rising, Okinamo, and yeah.
And they
DT2 is really better.
And they picked Nomad 3? All right, I don't know. I guess they're just flipping a coin here or something, because I didn't expect any of this. I don't know about
It's
you.
a little weird, yeah. I mean, Nomad 3 is, I guess, a flow aim map. You could call it that. I don't really know what you would call it. Alternate? Flow aim?
Nomad 3 is, yeah. I mean, there's been kind of this ongoing discussion because so many players alt now of whether you can still call these alt maps, and Bowman has quite strongly advocated for just calling them flow aim maps now, so I guess maybe that's the trend we're gonna see. But people are familiar with it as alt still, so I'll probably just go with that.
Okay, well, this will be interesting to see Turkey. They did not do so great on the flowing map in the qualifier, like I said before, but this is a little bit easier. Definitely a lot easier than the Nomad 3 in the qualifier. That thing was killing me. But nonetheless, probably going to be a difficult match to win for them. I mean, of course.
Yeah, I think if you're against a team like Germany, every map is going to be a
Yes.
difficult map
The
to
whole
win.
match is going to be kind of scary.
It's a mountain to climb. It's an uphill battle.
And here we have White Cat in for the first map. His first badged map. First map of a badged tournament. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he is the single most hyped player, I think, is pretty safe to say coming into this tournament. Everybody knows what he's capable of in solo. Very few know what he's capable of in tournaments, as he has been serving out his sentence for being unbanned, as not being able to play badge tournaments for the last year. So anything short of, like, you know, a 5-0 with 5 SSs from White Cat, I feel like somebody's going to be disappointed with.
Pretty much. There is a lot of expectation for him. And we'll see if he can bring that out.
I think if anybody's capable of living up to expectations like that, White Cat up there with those other guys we mentioned, the Vaxes and Bowmans and Dust Ices of the world, he has shown time and time again just how skilled he is, and so we'll get to see as we make our way into the first map here. As we said, the first badged tournament map for White Cat since its unban, alongside Smarty, Okinamo, and Dust Ice. They'll be taking on Raikoho, Heironi, Egemen, and Kemsit. You know, a little less to talk about with Turkey, as their players we're a little less familiar with, but some solid players on that roster who would like to put their best foot forward, as I said, in this match.
Yep, and we can see already it is getting a little bit tough for Turkey in this beginning part. Already 2 misses from Kemsit, Heironi, and there goes a third one for Egemen. Now just 1 FC remaining on the Turkish side. It is a very short map, already a quarter of the way through, and Heironi is not having the best of times yet. Meanwhile, on the other side, Germany still rocking 4-way FC, as you would expect. But yeah, this is not looking too great for Turkey.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a rough go of things for Turkey, as they have no combos at all anywhere. They're actually maybe just, you know, you mentioned they're maybe not good at flow aim, so maybe just the sort of thing they're not great at. Let's not look too far ahead. Maybe this is just, you know, their weakest map on this pool, and that's all there is to consider here. I'd like to put a positive spin on things for the sake of Turkey, but it's increasingly difficult when they're losing this map as one-sidedly. Germany looking good.
Yep, they have dropped 1 combo on Smarty, but still 3-way FC from White Cat, Justice, and Okinamo. Now coming down to the final stages of the map, and there is no question about it, Germany will win this. It's now How many FCs did Germany get?
I'm gonna go with 3. And you know what I just realized is kind of funny about this, right? Last year, United States dropping that point to Turkey. You do, of course, remember the type of map that it was on.
Oh, yeah.
So this is a little funny to see, Germany saying, hey, United States lost an alt pick to these guys, and we're going to win an alt pick against these guys a year later. That was, a 1.5 million point victory. That was kind of one-sided, I would say.
Yeah, just a little bit. Smarty, the only person to not FC on Germany. 3-way 99% from Germany, from Okinamo, Whitecat, and Dustus. Meanwhile, the Turkish side, kind of a little bit far behind. Kemsit did manage to beat out Smarty, but obviously that was not anywhere near enough. But that was Germany's pick. Not all hope is lost. Turkey now getting a chance to counter whatever Germany just threw up.
And, we saw them banning out the Nomad 1 pick, so this is probably something not too aim-focused that they'll pick, would be my guess. There's a lot of different types of maps in this pool. One thing I like about this, despite being such an early pool, is that it's pretty varied in terms of skill set. You've got ult, you've got tech, you've got reading, you've got the precision aim, you've got some speed. So whatever Turkey feels is their best option, they've got a lot to choose from for it.
It's kind of unfortunate for Turkey how the two maps that they did actually quite well on in the qualifier, DT4 and Nomad 1, or not DT4, DT2, sorry, they kind of fall into Germany's strongest skill sets, speed and aim. So working around that is not going to be easy for them at all. I could see them going for DT2 in this pool, but even then that is quite scary against Okinamo, Dustus, Whitecat, and Rising. Actually, they are going to go for it, so I guess I'm just wrong.
Yeah, the DT2 comes out, so, I feel like I'm just so used to saying they obviously know something I don't, but they obviously know something I don't about Turkey and speed, because Germany, I feel like, just kind of eats this type of map, like, for not just for breakfast, but like lunch, dinner, snacks. It's a 4-course meal.
Yup, pretty much here. Going to be expecting very good things from this lineup, and we're actually going to be seeing exactly who I expected to come in. Okinamo, Rising, and Dustus. It'd be nice to see Neox as well. He's been fabled as a superstar German DT player. And this would be his... Okay, that's Umbre. That's not Neox.
That's not Neox. Unless, they had some really questionable name changes. That is not Neox at all.
Nope.
That's about as not Neox as it gets. Turkey, Raikoho, Egemen staying in, Mikatsu and Kemsit. Kemsit was in before as well, I believe. Again, players that, unfortunately, it's hard to be familiar with because they're not present in as many tournaments. So not guys that I know as much about to say, oh, this dude is very good at speed. But this is their first pick, so clearly this is what they think of as their speed roster. We'll see how it goes for them. This map, of course, the longest of the DTs by 1 second, 2 minutes and 43 seconds after DT is taken into account. 247 BPM, plenty of bursts to contend with, which makes it the exact sort of thing that you would expect many of these German players to be good at that we do know a lot about and have mentioned already.
Yep, this map is pretty standard, a little bit of finger control, and not really much aim component. Perfect playground for the left hand for everyone. Yeah, this is a very scary DT roster that Germany's putting up, even against, any team in the tournament at any stage. I would be very fearful of Okinamo Dust Ice Rising on any DT map.
Yeah, it's interesting to me because Germany actually kind of underperformed, I think, on DT and qualifiers. They finished 13th and 8th on the DTs, respectively, which is really not what you would anticipate from a team like that, as you see their performance starting this one off with the SS on Rising and Umbre in the first couple hundred combo. I believe the top score to contend with is a 3x100 from the previous match. See if anybody can live up to that, but so far, just the break from Raikoho coming in on the side of Turkey, giving Germany a little bit of an advantage here. I think that 2 breaks, as Mikatsu finds a miss of his own. The Kiais in this one forcing a little bit of lag, but also forcing some more difficulty. Those streams get a little longer and a little more difficult to maintain. Like Malko said, that left hand is getting a workout on this map. aim cursor gets a little bit of a reprieve.
Oh. Just gonna call out Umbre and Rising, still holding onto the double S, but Umbre did manage to find a 100 just after the break. But still, 4-way 99% FC basically for Germany. Meanwhile, Turkey still holding onto 2 FCs of their own, with half of the map to go.
I think, as you said, Germany has one of the scariest speed rosters in this tournament. There are not many teams that can contend with them on maps like this. And I think we're going to see that here as their lead is extending up over 400,000 points now. Still the double FC, Egemen and Kemsit, but the 4-way for Germany, I mean, what do you even do about that? Their accuracy is also good. That's unstoppable.
They would still be winning by quite a wide margin, even if Turkey was still holding on to 4 full combos, and they're not. So, yeah, it's looking a little bit grim for Turkey here. We come down to the final quarter of the map. Rising still with 1x100, I believe.
Yes,
what is this man doing?
That is some speed on the side of Rising. Maybe this pick a little bit of a blunder from Turkey, but also, I mean, what do you even do against Germany? You probably are gonna feel like you're blundering in most picks against them. And there's the break from Egemen, just to make sure that things stay on the side of Germany. This is gonna be a 4-way full combo. It looks like that's gonna be score of the weekend on that map.
Wow.
That
wasn't even a bad performance from Turkey, but like, what do you do against that?
I'm sorry.
What is that?
I think that's the highest score we've seen on any map. That's 4.75 million, just about. A 4-way full combo with all over 99% accuracy. A 1x100 from Rising. Like, yeah, it's round of 32, but what do you even do against that?
Like, I'm fairly certain this score would have beaten any other team in the tournament at this stage.
Oh yeah, there's not a chance. Yeah. That
gonna be quick into Nomad 4. I don't really know how good Turkey is at tech now. I'm not really sure how good they are at any maps.
Yeah, I know that's the downside of these teams. Like, I don't know what these guys are good at. I know Germany's good at everything. I don't know what Turkey is good at. They're gonna just do their best, and that's what we can hope for. But gonna see Whitecat coming back in, so.
Yeah, and actually Dust Ice taking a break for this one. Hollow Watcher coming in his place. Shout out to the Pickums maker.
I'd like to see some variation in the rosters. Hollow Watcher. Well, you know, I wish I had gotten some scores better, but you know, otherwise Pickham's going okay. So thanks Hollow Watcher. This is quite the different types of maps in this one. 3 maps in, we're getting a flow aim alt pick, we're getting a speedy DT pick, and now we're getting a tech. You know, the slider aim goes burr, and kick slider streams and all that jazz, plus the 1/3. This has a lot of things going on in it, as to be expected from this song. I think that's what you always get out of maps of this song.
Pretty much. And actually, I think this one might be a good chance for Turkey to steal one if they can put up some good combos, because this is one of the maps that I believe is really easily missable just on random parts, just because there's a bunch of slider streams, some long sliders with ticks in them, and could be some places where some of the German players trip up and give a lead over to Turkey, but we'll see. Again, Turkey would need to perform better, so...
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's what just kind of happens in these types of matchups. Like, the lower seeded team has to do a lot better, and the higher seeded team has to do relatively poorly by their standards. Which, well, Germany coming into this looking pretty prepared, so I don't know that that's all that likely. But as you said, if there's ever a chance for a team to steal a pick away, it's on the less standard picks. It's on the things like the tech or the alt. So, you know, maybe this will be Turkey's opportunity to increase their performance a little bit, bringing in a couple new players, Shadowa and Kanzaki. And, you know, maybe they'll perform well on this one. We'll see.
And in we go. Like I said before, keep your eye out for some slider streams. Could find a couple unlucky breaks across the board on those, but also maybe not. Map is not terribly difficult in that regard, but...
Whitecat has missed. Ladies and gentlemen, Whitecat has his first break in a badged tournament. on Bancho. This is not a drill. The expectations on him could not be any higher, as we've said, but it's okay because they still have a three-way FC, and there's a full combo reset.
Yeah, there goes, there's Turkey, gone. There's that slider stream, only one person broke on it. He didn't have a combo to begin with, but yeah.
Yeah, those
This pick was good for Germany.
Those slider streams are so hard, man. If you don't tap them perfectly, you can just miss. There is a break for Hallow Watcher, but still the double FC on Okinamo and Smarty. Not a not a great time for Turkey though.
That's exactly what I was talking about. Just these little patterns here. I think White Cat broke on a slider earlier, and Hollow Watcher just missed just after that slider stream. Those misses could technically be enough to give Turkey an advantage here, but Turkey is having their own problems right now. Yeah.
Yeah, Turkey Turkey having problems on this one I think kind of sums up what's happening on this map, similarly to on the Nomad 4 pick, or Nomad 3 pick, excuse me. Like, it's just not going quite their way, unfortunately, as another couple breaks on those slider streams come in. Go to the last section here, and yeah, I don't know. Not a lot to say for Turkey, unfortunately. Germany just looking quite good, as to be expected of them.
Pretty much here. Last eighth of the map, still 2 full combos for Germany. White Cat might as well have a full combo at this point, and yep, once again, another dominant performance from Germany. Not a whole lot Turkey could have done in this case.
You do end up getting that break at the end from Okinamo, so only 1 FC on Smarty, but it is still a 1.4 million point win for the Germans. Yeah,
No
4-way
misses.
S rank. Not too bad. That's pretty good.
Yep. Meanwhile, on the Turkish side, 2 S ranks and a 1 miss from Shadowa, but not quite enough to match up to Germany. Once again, it was Germany's pick, so not that terrible, but it is getting closer and closer to match point. But they will have one more chance to try something here, and they're gonna try Hard Rock 1. I don't know about that.
I mean, I don't know about any pick, so you might as
True.
well just kind of throw caution to the wind and try something different, and we'll, maybe see how it goes. Maybe they feel good on Hard Rock. I don't know. Obviously, the Speed DT didn't go super well, but maybe the Hard Rock that requires a little bit of aim and a little bit of consistency will go a little better for them.
Perhaps. They didn't do too poorly on Hard Rock in the qualifiers, actually, but of course Germany is Germany, so anything's going to be hard. But let's see. We are getting a lot of variation in the picks for this map, for this match. We've seen 2 different no mods, and now 2 different mods, DT and Hard Rock. Have not seen any hidden yet, which is actually kind of surprising to me. I was expecting Germany to use hidden. They actually did quite well on the hidden in the qualifier.
Yeah,
But
I
I
mean,
don't-
I think Hidden was one of their top mods. They finished 3rd and 5th on Hidden 1, Hidden 2 in qualifiers. So, with those, kind of typically being the slightly more gimmicky types of skill sets, often is not top teams being very good at those. But, if they're okay with the other mods, then I guess it doesn't really matter. They probably feel like they can pick whatever and do well on it. So,
Maybe they're playing for good songs. That's possible.
But Hidden 1 is like the best song in the pool.
True.
Actually, the best song in the pool is a tiebreaker, but that's unlikely to say the least in this matchup.
Yeah. I mean, still possible, technically, if Turkey goes God mode here, but, yeah, maybe not.
I'm gonna go with unlikely, but technically, as you said, strictly speaking, possible, just unlikely. So we're gonna get into the Hard Rock 1 pick here. Gonna have Hallow Watcher, Smarty, Dust Ice, and White Cat. We're taking on Raikoho, Mikatsu, Kanzaki, and Ediz Berkserbest. What is it with Turkish players and having very difficult to pronounce names? I always feel bad commentating their teams because I just don't know how to pronounce half the players.
Who knows? I mean, I guess it's mostly just him and Egemen. Those are the two.
Egemen Bizermis.
Yeah.
I don't even know if that's right. but it's what I feel
We'll
like I
just
have
take
to
what
go
we
with.
can get.
This is a map that has played out very interestingly. A lot of times you see it's about 880 combo, and it feels like somebody breaks around 800 combo every time it's played. So we'll see if that happens again here, but first off, it's going to be the early break in the first couple hundred combo from Kinzaki, so early lead to Germany. Accuracy actually about even, but Halo Watcher, the accuracy player, 99.7%, doing his thing quite calm and cool over there on the Germany side.
Actually, scores across the board doing pretty well. The exception of Kenzaki's miss, everybody is full comboing so far, and we're already halfway through the map. This map is actually pretty awkward to aim in my experience, so it's good to see that Turkey is handling it quite well.
Yeah, they are looking really respectably good on this pick so far. As you said, other than that one break from Kinzaki, they do still have the 3 FCs intact. If Germany finds any misses, they will have the opportunity to try for a comeback here. The score gap is not insurmountable as of yet, but it will get that way sooner rather than later, the longer these four-way keeps up for Germany.
Yeah, it's gonna take a break from Germany to give Turkey this one, and they are not looking like they want to do that. Kinzaki finding another miss.
Double break. Double break, Halo Watcher and Smarty.
Oh
but...
no, everyone's missing.
It's
This
so
is exactly what you said.
Dude, 800 combo hits and people just break. I don't know. Unfortunately, it's not going to matter because Germany did have enough of a lead, but they're going to come out with only 1 FC on White Cat in the end.
The White
man.
Cat factor. Yeah, that was almost good for Turkey. Just if Raikoho and Mikatsu had gotten a little luckier and held combo through that, they definitely could have taken that point. And we saw in the end only 1 FC per team. Although everybody did basically break at the same point. And that will be Germany at match point on their own pick. Looking a little scary for Turkey here. Yet to put a point on the board, but not the end of things just yet. What does Germany go for now? I'd like to see some hidden out of them.
And you're getting some hidden out of them because they
let's
obviously
go.
heard me mention hidden 1 and they have picked it for themselves.
They are playing all
go.
the mod pools this time
Yeah,
around.
we're getting some of almost everything. No free mod, but getting no mod, hidden, hard rock, DT, all represented here today in this match. And this is my favorite song outside of the tiebreaker. It's nice. It's lighthearted. It's upbeat. It's catchy, and it is Germany's choice to try to close out this match with a clean 5-0 sweep.
And on paper, I think this is one of the strongest picks for Germany, just based off of that qualifier hidden performance, them beating out many of the higher seeded teams. But yeah, it's basically the same story for most of these maps, all of these maps really. But let's see what Turkey can do.
I think this is it's a relatively user-friendly, like as long as you're okay with hidden, it's slightly awkward, but it's like a comfortable BPM, it's a comfortable CS and AR, so it's the type of map that people can play all right. It's not like a skill check mechanics map, it's more about, you know, can you read AR9 with hidden and play some slightly awkward aim patterns. It's not like anything over the top crazy, but we said we wanted to see the Germany squad on hidden, and we are getting to see the Germany squad on hidden.
We're seeing Umbre step in place of... I actually forgot who was playing that. I think it was Smarty.
Yeah, we had on the last pick Smarty alongside White Cat, Dust Ice, and Halo, so this one is going to be just Umbre, Okinamo, both coming in. No surprise there, Okinamo very good with hidden, as is Umbre.
Looks like Kemsit has won something out of this match, White Cat Mutual.
Yo!
Congratulations.
Let's go. With Okinamo jokingly asking for a mutual. The funny thing here, of course, would be for White Cat to say no.
It's possible. Well, it was one of his last spaces. Maybe he's feeling a little... Don't know what he just said.
Yeah, I don't speak German. Very unlucky. Für dich nicht? I don't know what that means. Somebody who speaks German, please translate. It is a burning question. We all want to know.
Nicht means no. So, poor Okinamo.
He said not for you. Okay.
Aw.
Not for you. That's unlucky for Okinamo. Getting left out in the cold. Denied entry into the prestigious mutualist of White Cat. We're gonna get underway here. We'll see if maybe Turkey can get on the board here with what could be the last map of this match, what could be the last map of this round, in fact, of the tournament. This would be a nice place for the round to end if it has to end here. It's at least a very nice chill song and a cute little map. Toybot maps have just a nice feel to them, whereas he goes now by Vikala.
Oh, today I learned. I didn't even know that was Toybot.
Yeah. I guess I should have realized people did not know that's who that was. But yeah, Vikala is in fact Toybot.
The more you know.
You learn something new every day.
So good for both teams, really. Aironi with the miss there.
Eggman following.
Eggman finding.
Yep. I don't believe anybody's going to be able to set a new top score on this map for the round. I believe that was it a 1x100 or a 2x100, I believe, is the top score on this. And Turkey, unfortunately, looking like they're going to be falling by the wayside here. Triple combo reset, just Chemsit with still the FC, but a 4-way for Germany intact. Make that a 3-way. Okinamo deciding to int White Cat for refusing him a spot on his mutual list. Shame on you, White Cat. You have made your teammate miss.
Oh, and there goes Chemset, and with that, that is all of Turkey's full combos off the board now. Meanwhile, Germany still going strong with the triple FC from Holowatcher, Umbre, and White Cat. And, yeah, not looking too good for Turkey. I think the dream of getting at least 1 point off of Germany is probably coming to a close here. Still have the map to go, but not looking likely that Umbre, Hollow, and White Cat are gonna do anything terrible here.
If all three of them had gotten simultaneously slow slidered on that last slider before that tiny little break, maybe Turkey would have had a chance, but that was about the only hope I think they would have had. The 1 point dream, unfortunately they will be waking up, and it is more like a nightmare as the 5-0 comes to fruition soon here for Germany by the looks of things.
Let's see if we can get some cool FCs out of this anyways. Looking
Yeah.
promising from the trio.
Yeah, 3-way. I mean, you know, Germany, mechanical skill really through the roof, so not a surprise. A little smiley face there from White Cat, and is that an L and a heart from Hallow? I don't know.
Looks like it. Don't know what that means.
Shadow typing XD, or writing, I guess. You know, this is just kind of what happens. Unfortunately, you end up being a lower seeded team against a juggernaut powerhouse like Germany. This is kind of what happens. Umbre does drop the FC, so it will not be a 3-way for
Nobody
Germany.
missed that.
Some
weird
small
streak.
consolation.
It's actually pretty good.
Oh, Holowatcher breaking as well. Man, it's too bad those breaks didn't come like 500 combo ago.
Yeah, that had happened a lot earlier, and Turkey would actually have a decent shot of winning this, but looks
Oh,
like
they get
White
no
Cat-
FCs.
Oh,
There will be no FCs for Germany on this pick.
Well-
it's going to be a 1 million point win, and with no FCs, I don't know what to make of that.
well, it was enough. Anyways, Germany going to be winning this match 5-0. Moving on in the winners bracket to face off against Indonesia, I believe.
Yeah, Indonesia in the round of 16. All our round of 16 matches, in fact, now set. Germany looking very strong in the 5-0, moving on cleanly, more cleanly than the United States, even with the 5-0 over Turkey. Germany saying anything you can do, we can do just a little bit better.
Yeah, and Turkey actually dropping down to the losers bracket to face Sweden again. They faced them last year and lost to them in the losers bracket, and looks like they're going to have a rematch this time around.
And against another very strong Sweden team. But Germany, going to be the winners, going to advance onward into, as we said, that round of 16. Looking pretty strong. I think the 4.7 million on double time number 2, I believe the single highest team score this weekend, quite possibly, of any map. I can't imagine much was higher than that.
Yeah, it'd take quite a bit to beat that score, but I'm fairly confident that was definitely the highest. But anyways, that will conclude this match, and all the matches for this weekend. That was the last one. And I believe after this will be the map pool showcase for the next round.
Yeah, and I'm not sure the exact timing for the map pool showcase, if that's going to be coming up immediately or if it'll be coming up in a little bit, so that's kind of still being determined. Don't know if we'll maybe be able to look at the bracket here to see what that round of 16 is going to look like. That would be kind of cool. But if not, we may just be signing off for the map pool showcase. Okay, I believe we're going to be going on a short break, and then we'll be back with some combination of Azer, Kano, and OMG4s for the map pool showcase. So thank you for watching the matches this weekend. That will conclude the round of 32. So congratulations to all the teams that won and advanced onward into the round of 16. Good luck to all of them, and of course to the teams in the lower bracket, of course, as well. Best of luck to them trying to survive in the losers bracket. Thank you for joining me, Monko. This was fun. Had a good time.
It was a great time.
And we will be seeing you guys on the other side with the map pool team for the showcase for the round of 16. Hope you all enjoy. Have a good one.
Thanks for watching.
Hello everyone, welcome back. The round of 32 has been all played out. It is now time for the round of 16 map pool showcase. Today, yet again, I'm Azer, and I'm joined by two of the map poolers, Kano and OMG4s.
Hello, it's nice to be here again, and well, we'll have all the maps ready for you guys to watch, and hopefully you'll be surprised for what we have in store.
I'm really looking forward to revealing these maps. We've got a lot of good ones ahead of us.
As always. Quickly, before we actually get into that, I want to quickly touch on some statistics for the round of 32 pool. We have seen DT2 be the most popular map being picked at 12 picks in total, so that's Darkish. Pretty good, I think. I think that's mostly an expected result. A lot of DTs are usually commonly picked, right? So
Yeah,
we've also... yeah.
DT's usually having just very easy patterns, and I mean Eurobeat and Toho. I mean Toho songs are usually like the most picked, and Eurobeat as well. You mix them together, you get this.
Yeah, oddly enough, though, the most banned map was actually DT1 Shiori at 6 bans. That's pretty interesting, actually. One of the DTs is just the most picked, and the other is the most banned.
Surprisingly, it's not A8 Hidden this time. Usually we see that as the most banned in most of these tournament matches.
It was pretty close. Also, I didn't see Hard Rock 2 is also tied for the most banned. So they both got banned 6 times. Hidden 2 is at 5, so, you know, someone slacked. It's usually Area Hidden, but not this time, I suppose. It's also worth noting the Nomad Tech map Sick, the Nomad Speed map, Time Machine, and the Hidden 1 were also pretty commonly picked, both at 11 or 10 picks each. Pretty much all 4 of those with DT2s were the most popular maps of the last stage. So that's pretty interesting. The least popular would have to be DT1, I suppose, because it was banned out very often. Surprisingly, only 3 Nomad 1 picks. That's very rare.
I mean, you generally see that people who are really good at Nomad ones don't really pick them. I mean, really good tournament teams have other avenues to take other teams on, which are the more awkward or the weirder picks, right? And you kind of just outskill them by having more players who are really good at all the skill sets. So you don't really need Nomad 1. And if you're a weaker team, you don't really want to go for Nomad 1, because if the opposing team is just way better in raw skill, I mean, you don't really go for it. You try to find a niche which is a weakness for them.
Yeah, so with all that being said, it's time to get into the round of 16 map pool. You guys ready? Sounds good?
Yeah,
Yep.
We're ready. Oh man.
Absolutely.
Alright, let's start off strong with the Nomad 1 by Jonathan LFJ. It's going to be Namikare by Tuyu.
And you know what? I'm gonna mix it up and I give Kano the microphone for the first map.
Alright, thank you for putting me on the spot here, Forz. I really appreciate that. But yeah, this is going to be the Nomad 1 of the pool. As you know, many of these Nomad 1s usually feature a lot of comfortable aim. And that's exactly what this map tests. It does mostly comfortable aim, it features a couple of short bursts, and this is also one of the few rank maps that we'll be using this year. Overall, very, very solid map. It's pretty fun to play. I mean, this is definitely one of my favorite Nomad ones. You know, I don't usually play a lot of aim maps, but this is something that I enjoy.
Yeah, it's not a big surprise here. It's one of the only picked maps in the entire pool, actually. And I think when Jonathan LFJ mapped this one, I think he knew what he was going to go for here, right? I mean, I don't think it's a coincidence that it's that consistently difficult for this map.
I feel like it's actually kind of rare to have Nomad 1s that are pre-existing, right? Like Nomad 1 was historically one of the slots where we wanted to do custom maps more often because there's like not that many good maps for it, but no, we actually, I guess you guys ended up finding the perfect one.
Generally speaking, we do try to get them custom mapped so we can get as much consistent aim out of them as possible, but this one definitely did feel like it fit the slot very, very nicely. I mean, as you can tell from just the mapping alone, there's lots of pretty comfortable jumps all over the place. There's definitely lots of room for error, even in some of the slower sections as well. And you definitely you know, you need a decent aim requirement for this kind of thing. This is going to be a step up from the last week for sure.
Yeah, but I would probably expect this to be not that frequently picked actually. Just because similar reasons as last stage, that you would mostly see good teams just go for the nods or just auto picks.
Yeah, I have to second that as well. I think a lot of people, or a lot of teams in general, are just going to go for a lot of the niche skill sets and try and challenge the other teams on what they think they might be weak at, or perhaps what they might be strong at. And generally speaking, this is one of those skill sets which sort of fits into the category where most teams usually have a decent lineup for it, and it's like kind of a 50-50.
Yeah, and aim sometimes kind of feels random to some people. Even if you're really good at aim, it's mostly just full of one misses and really high accuracy plays. And if you get one missing, you almost like half your score, right? So it's maybe too much of a volatility, just too much RNG for some people, where if you miss on a pick which has a lot more of a spicy skill set, you tend to miss more often, and thus if you mess up once, you can still like get a really good score compared to other people. Yeah, thank you to Skill for the replay. Also, a shout out to Digital Hypno, Skill, Selk, and Uberfast for playtesting and keep getting inputs on these maps. It's really helpful. They kind of started coming in round of 32, but we're helping out quite a bit for the round of 16 map pool here, and it will continue to help us until the end of the tournament.
Yeah, a lot of the work has just been pretty overwhelming, especially since, you know, both Falls and myself and Idki all have real lives to attend to and whatnot. Balancing that on top of all of this has been a pretty tough task, so it's been nice to have a couple of helping hands on the side, along with, you know, getting playtesting and feedback going. And I mean, I've had an injured shoulder for the last like month or two, so that's also been a hindrance in that process. But it's been great to have these guys on board, especially for replays as well. They've been a huge help to this team.
Yeah, it's also worth noting this was one of the few maps that were not custom. I believe there are 4 in the entire pool that aren't custom. Here's one that is custom by Silence Player. It's going to be Terrat by Aetherrealm. It's a good artist to get in there.
Yeah, this is Silence Player and played by Silence Mapper. I mean, you know, just a bit of a homage. I think this is a repo by Silk. This one's 190 BPM, it is 3 minutes, and it's definitely one of the genres which is a little bit underrepresented, right? This one focuses on streams. That's the name of the game here. It's kind of in a similar way in a speed battle of last week's pool, but this one does not really have that much of a step up in raw stamina. It does have the BPM step up, so there's like a little bit of more speed requirement, but it doesn't go like all in to dev streams. It focuses more on the stream aim aspect of this one, but not as like insane as you would expect on, like, for example, one of the courses maps you remember where there was a bit of an experiment. This is like a mix of a decent stamina and a stream aim pick.
Pretty much as Falls mentioned, that this is like similar in terms of stamina intensity from last week. The BPM increase with the slight stream length decrease is something that basically keeps the stamina in line, but the thing that we've gone for here mostly is to focus on the streams and the stream aim. And I think Silence Player has definitely nailed a lot of that, as you can see from some of the spacing increase and decrease in certain areas. It's definitely going to require a lot more aim control on this kind of map if you want to remain consistent. So you're going to have both good tapping ability and aim on stream specifically.
Right, and the way this one kind of differentiates itself from the last week's pick is that last week's pick was actually on the easier side for the pool. This one's definitely more on the same difficulty level of the rest of the pool. So it might seem like a big step up. I think it's like an 0.4 star difference between the last week's pick and this one, which has mostly due to just the higher spacing here. And the stamina level is definitely lower. Yeah, you do see some stream shapes coming in. Second Ki is just as much as the first Ki, focusing a little bit more on shapes. The first Ki focuses a bit more on distance, like just the distance between nodes.
Once again, we have yet another long combo map as well, so this is going to be one that you need a lot of consistency for overall, not just on streams, but consistency for long maps in general. 1800 combo is a lot to get through.
Yeah, I'm actually just quickly looking at the pool overview, and it seems like the nomads overall are pretty long.
Oh yeah, forget that, because Nomad 5 says 3 minutes, but it's actually 2 minutes. That was my fault, so it is a bit short.
Well, I guess it's a good thing to test consistency on the picks that are meant to test that. So Nomad 1 and Nomad 2 being pretty lengthy. And let's go straight into another quite lengthy map. It's going to be the alt map by PKK. It's another familiar artist, hopefully. It's going to be a song by Zutomayo.
To lead you into this one, this is going to be an alternate map which focuses heavily on some snappy aim patterns and some spaced out flow sections. This one is probably going to be perceived as one of the easier maps in the pool, mostly because of how comfortable it plays. Because PKK's mapping style is just very, very comfortable and very, very nice to play. But yeah, great song to go with it as well. As you can tell, like, you know, we're trying to make sure that we focus a little bit on song choice as well when it comes to the picking process. And I think we've really nailed it with this one specifically.
Yeah, I don't think I know a single person that would complain about a PKK alt map. It's always just really comfortable.
Yeah, you know what? He actually overshot his like star rating difficulty, and then we still had to get it buffed because it's just so comfortable. And you know, I mean, just out of the gate, PKK has been wonderful to work with, and the moment, like, this is essentially the closest to the first version we actually saw. Like, we didn't really have to do anything here. Like, PKK did all the magic for this one. Yeah, you do see some snappy patterns, some flow aim patterns for 3 minutes 50 seconds. There's something to note, which is the ending, which actually there's a small piano part which has some really weird timing. We opted to go for a consistent timing over that. Feel free to give feedback for when playing, but I think the way it is right now, it should be good enough.
I believe it was a tricky lyric section or something like that, if I recall correctly. There was something weird about this song in one part, but I mean, when you play it, it feels pretty okay. I mean, you might notice it when you're actually playing through the map, but it's very, very subtle, and I think obviously the choice that we went for here, or I guess PKK even went for, was the most optimal one.
And I think having a Zutomayo song and PK as a combo is like probably just ideal, I think. Doesn't really hurt.
Yeah, this just seems like it's really fun to play.
The last Ki is just slightly larger spaced than the rest of the map. You know, intensity, mapper stuff, right? That type of jargon. We didn't really go for the, what's it called? We didn't want to just go for the distance snap on every node. So it's like consistently difficult for each pixel of the map, right? But you know, the ending is just slightly harder, so you might be able to see a few misses there, or like more chances to miss them realistically. It's very slight though. Oh yeah, also what you can see right now are the combo colors. We have enabled the combo colors because some mappers actually put a lot of thought into combo colors, and while you may not see them during the match, you will see them during the showcase.
Everybody loves a colorful showcase.
Yeah, this one also clocks in at 4 minutes.
Yeah. It's 3:50 in actual drain time. It says 3:57, but this first 7 seconds are just skip time. Also, skin looks really good with the combo colors, I have to admit.
Yeah. Alright, so that is Nomad 3 out of the way. Let's now get into the Nomad tech map, I suppose. Here's one I'm very happy to see. It's going to be a mirror tech map on a pretty old Camellia song. I think the song is like 5 or 6 years old, but I think there's been a few maps of this song already, so I think most people should know it.
Yeah, this one's Camellia song shouldn't be surprising. I mean, we did talk about song choice, and you know what? Getting a few featured artist songs in here sometimes, I don't think that's a bad idea, isn't it? I mean, look, we've got so many cool featured artists. It isn't possible on every single song, and it's also, you know, a mix of the meta willingness and, you know, the skill set we're trying to cover. But if you think about tech, we have like 170 Camellia songs, I think, in featured artists. That's insane. And, I mean, here's one of them, right? It is a cut version though, it's 2 minutes because the original song is 5 minutes. Yeah, this one's tech, it's 180 BPM. As you can see, slider velocity focus. It has 1/4 snap, as you can see, the kind of double handle stream for a short second here. It's, I would say, definitely a bit better than last week's, where last week's had a bit of a aggressive focus. This one is just tech. That's what you would expect from this one.
Pretty much sums it up perfectly. You know, this map features a lot of 1/4 tech and some very, very light slider tech stuff. There's a lot of SV things going on where, you know, sliders go a little bit faster and sort of overlap over each other. There's going to be a lot of room for error on these parts specifically. But for the most part, I think Mia's really nailed this map. I'm very, very happy with how it turned out. And overall, it looks pretty fun to play. And also a good challenge.
Yeah, thank you Habib for the replay. I mean, 100 Thieves Jensen, right? I mean, sorry. You know, you gotta go. I mean, he's got an assess on this, and this is not the only assess on the entire showcase. There's actually, I think, 3 assesses in total. Jesus Christ. Like, the test players are really good. Like, really, really good. Like, Digital Hypno is a pretty good player, by the way.
Alright, now rounding out the Nomad pool with the final Nomad map, it's going to be Tempestissimo by Ryusei Aika.
This map is pretty damn tough. This is a speed pick, which requires a little bit of aim control, a little bit of finger control, but yeah, clocking it at 231 BPM, this is going to be a step up from last week for sure. It features some pretty lengthy bursts as well, but it's mostly all about control on these bursts. You'll probably notice as we get further and further into the map that you're going to start seeing a lot more triples, 5 notes, and then even longer ones up to like 7, 9, and so on. It's a pretty chaotic map overall when it comes to how hard this will be to play, but Ryusei did a pretty good job. And I'm really, really satisfied with how this turned out.
Yeah, this is one of the maps which are made on short notice, because we used to have a picked Nomad 5 in there, but because of scaling issues, we we could have actually changed the map itself, but the song just didn't give enough, you know, 1/4. So this one's the alternative here. Ryusei mapped this one in about 4 days, and you know, had a lot of changes in there, and we're pretty happy with it as well. It is exactly kind of what it has to do. There's a speed focus in there, but there's also an aim focus. So if you compare this one to Nomad 5 last week, Nomad 5 last week, a speed one, actually had a lot less aim. This one definitely has more aim, and that is on purpose. Because on earlier stages, going for speed, it's either you go onto full speed with no aim, or if you put a little bit aim in there, it's just you have to sacrifice the speed aspect.
Yeah, there is a possibility that people might not find this one as speedy in comparison to last week, especially. Like, last week, I would say it was a little bit more bursty, but this one is definitely a little bit more focused around the control aspect for sure. And, you know, as you mentioned, with the earlier stages, you definitely don't want to overdo it when it comes to pulling these kinds of things. But I think as we get closer to quarterfinals and semifinals and things like that, we're going to have a lot more speed-heavy picks.
Oh yeah, also there's enough speed in this pool, definitely. So even if this isn't going too hard, bonkers on speed, there's enough.
Alright, well that rounds out the Nomad pool. Let's get into Hidden One by Topnik. It's gonna be Finder Keepers. That's a nice name to see in the OWC.
Yeah, this is actually... yeah, let's just ignore the replay name, right? Okay, so... actually, I just stole Kano's pick, didn't I? No, actually, this is my one, so never mind. This is Hidden 1. This is essentially what Hidden kind of encompasses, which is a mix of skill sets. It's 160 BPM, focus on streams, high slow is double, so there's a bit of finger control. It has some few 1/6 notes in there, so there's a bit of, a little bit of speed, but generally this is more about the finger control and following the streams here. It is Finders Keepers. You should probably know the song. At least there's some really old maps of this one, but this is a modern take on that. Photopnik coming in really hot with this one. That's not the last time you're gonna see him, that's for sure, but I think this is a pretty well-made pick, I would say.
Overall, as you can see, there's a lot of really tricky elements, especially on Hidden. There's just all sorts of awkward spacing, rhythm involved, the doubles, just everything about this map is just what is hard on Hidden. And I mean, fun fact, this map went through a lot of testing. Like, it was so much harder than this originally at first, and we had to put in a fair bit of work to actually get it brought down so that it was fit for this stage. And I think overall, it turned out very good.
Yeah, I think it's really nice to see this mapper still active.
Oh yeah, he is active, and he has put a lot of thought into, just brainstorming for ideas and types of maps to put in for DBC. And there's so many things you can go for when custom mapping, which is insane. And that's kind of what we're harnessing over here with just the amount of manpower we have and the creative process there for mappers. And Photopnik has been one who has brainstormed a lot for the picks and stuff that's open.
I mean, at this point we just have an army of strong mappers that are just willing to provide us with great maps. It's like we're blessed.
Yeah, let's not be too blessed. I mean, I'm not really up for any crusades, alright? Let's just tone it down a little bit. Oh yeah, this one's a kind of calm section in there. I think it's probably my favorite part of the map.
I think this map has to be one of my favorites. I mean, when I first test played it, or even when it was as hard as it was just such a fun map to play through.
Man, and if you think this map's fun, Jesus Christ, you need to see some later picks. There's some really cool maps I'm really looking forward to show off.
Alright. And now we're getting into a map that is not custom, I believe. I don't know if it's edited. I guess we'll find out soon enough. It's going to be Hidden 2 by Devious Panda. Blood Drain.
I believe
I definitely
this one...
played this like 6 months ago.
Yeah, I was going to say, I believe this one is actually a ranked map now. At some stage it wasn't a ranked map. But yeah, this is a map which focuses heavy on a lot of pattern aim and some tricky accelerator and decelerator streams. It is just... It's an A-rate map doing A-rate things. You know how it is. But it's 190 BPM, so the density is pretty high. It's definitely going to feel a little bit harder in terms of density compared to last week. But this is a great map. I mean, I've seen this map a long time ago before it got ranked, and I was thinking to myself, I'm like, you know what, I really want to use this in a tournament. And I'm pretty sure that this has probably been sitting on the sheet for at least 3 or 6 months, maybe, however long the map has been around for.
There's so much history about this one, so we got this one in when it's unranked, and we actually talked to Devious Panda to change it. That's the reason why it's CS 3.8 before it got ranked. And I think we adjusted something else, but yeah, we got this adjusted really early, and then Panda was just like, I'm gonna get this ranked, and I'm like, maybe if you keep it unranked, we could maybe adjust it, but it would probably be fine. So he just got it ranked, and then Corsus took it, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, I can't.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I just remembered that's what it was. We had it on the sheet for a long period of time. It was like 6 months or more, and then Corsair ended up using it in their qualifiers pool, and we were just like, damn. obviously since it's ranked as well.
Oh yeah, it's actually same with the Nomad 1, because the Nomad 1 actually also got used. We actually had the Nomad 1, the 2U by Jonathan LFJ, also in the pool for 6 months, the same length as this one, and both ended up being in the Corsus qualifier pool. I was just like, I mean, they're good maps, right? I don't blame them. HAT, come on, I mean, it can't be that easy to just smell out some of the DC picks.
Yeah, we're probably going to have Apraxia commenting on how this has been used in like 17 tournaments or something.
Yeah, right, that doesn't surprise me either. I mean, when I found this, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna be happy about this one. I think you also randomly found it. We both just kind of sat down one day and like, I found this, hey, you found this as well? Nice, let's just put it in.
I mean, and obviously we put it in for good reason. You can just see how hard this map is in terms of some of the patterns that are going on.
Yeah, it's also a cool song, by the way. I mean, I think Sylvanas' songs have been on point. I don't know, maybe I'm biased, but feel free to correct me, Asa.
No. It's pretty good.
Alright, with the Asa seal of approval here. I'll take it. I'll take it. Yeah, you see that pattern name coming in hot. It's definitely a mix of the stream difficulty and the pattern name. Definitely not that much of a pure stream focus as the last week pick, but the one thing I would definitely watch out for is the 190 BPM on approach rate. That's a 40 BPM increase, or like a 45, and still the same approach rate, so that's a lot more in terms of density difficulty.
And these streams are absolutely brutal. I mean, like, you think to yourself, like, damn, some of these patterns are looking pretty damn tricky, but the streams as well, all the accelerator and decelerator stuff going on and just the angles, it's just nasty on this approach rate.
Also, thank you FG Sky for the replay, by the way.
Definitely to be expected. Let's now get into the Hard Rocks. There's another one that isn't custom.
Another ranked one, I believe. This replay is by skill, and by the way, his zero rate on this one is 49.
What?
Yeah. I don't know what happened. He just kind of did this, and you know, it just kind of happened. Thank you, skill.
What?
Yeah, 49. He got a 1/100. Yeah. This one's the generic Hard Rock one. It focuses on very comfy aim, similar to Node 1, but also has a decent amount of streams. But definitely more of the focus of the aim aspect here. It is a OD10. Yeah, it's a Hard Rock map, right? You see the streams here. This is as streamy as it gets, really. And then you have the jumps here. Definitely TI focus, I would say.
This is pretty much just going to be a precision version of the Nomad 1, testing a lot of comfortable aim and some simple streams for the most part. As you said, it's a very, very comfortable map for most players, but the hardest part will definitely be just the precision aspect of it. And remaining consistent on this kind of thing. You know, 3 minutes is pretty lengthy.
I mean, this is essentially similar to Node 1, where there's, it's a bit hard to like really talk about something. It is one of the rare picked maps in this pool. As you can see, we already had a lot of custom maps, and we will have more of them. Yeah, he's writing SS, but spoiler alert, he's not an SS. Sorry.
Man. Unbelievable. Oh, I got the 100 right away.
Oh yeah, true. I mean, that's just karma, isn't it?
I mean, we're already prepping ourselves for commentator curse. Let's go. But yeah, what was 49 on stable rate? Did you say?
Yep, 49.
I mean, okay, sure. It's like it's an aim map, but even then, that's still impressive.
It's an aim map with a lot of streams. Like, there's a respectable amount of 1/4, right?
You've got a lot of streams in this as well. That's such an insane UR.
Yeah, it's not like no title where it's just single tap for the entire map, where it's kind of easy to get a decent zero rate. Sure, it's not like a huge fin control pick with 49. I mean, alright, let's just try to focus on the pick itself, right? I mean, Kane, you've got something here? Can you help us out?
A stream section, followed by some jumps.
Nice, right? Difficulty, you see that spacing? That's all spacing, right? 6.4 stars after Harvard, by the way.
I think this is definitely going to be one of the maps which will probably be picked a fair bit, because as much as a lot of teams are usually shy of Nomad 1 in the earlier stages, Hard Rock 1 is a different story, because this is precision, not many people really enjoy playing Hard Rock aim maps, I would say. Or maybe if they do, it's more of like in tournaments, I say. I think a lot of teams would much rather play it on Hard Rock to, you know, prove their strength on that kind of thing, rather than playing the traditional Nomad one. So I think I can see this one being picked a lot more in comparison, but who knows, we'll have to wait and see.
Alright. Back to some custom mapping now. Yet again, it's going to be a Devious Panda map. Oh god.
You wanna
this
pronounce
name.
that?
I mean,
You
no,
wanna
no,
pronounce
not no, I
I'm just
really
waiting.
don't.
I'm just waiting. Please do.
I
mean,
really don't.
Yeah, I was
all
gonna
right,
say, I was just wait. I was pausing for a moment. I was like, all right, is he gonna say it? But yeah, anyway, this map is the CS 6.5 of the pool. It was originally actually going to be planned as the free mod map, but we ended up having a change of plans. This one ended up being buffed a little tiny bit. We had some of the streams increased, and overall, it's just, yeah, it's a pretty tricky map which features a little tiny bit of pattern aim, but mostly focuses heavy on the streams. We originally said that we wanted our 6.5 picks to focus on some pattern aim, but unfortunately we had a few overlaps in the pool, and we kind of had to change things up. But I think when we get to quarterfinals and semifinals, we might go back to our original thought process. It just really depends on how the rest of the pools do turn out. Because we sort of try to balance things accordingly across all of the pools, across all of the maps in the pool, rather than just some of the individual mods themselves. We generally try our best to stick to a plan, but sometimes we change things up a little. But for the most part, as you can see, there's a lot of space streams coming up. Some of the stacking element as well is definitely going to be something that a lot of players can miss on. And there's a light little bit of rhythm here, as you can see with some of the doubles.
yeah, is this something you like to see, Aza?
No, this looks pretty good. Certainly not the name of the song.
Right, but you know what? We might have actually a specialist when it comes to pronouncing this name. Hey, Walter, can you tell us how to pronounce the name?
Actually, no, but yeah, I could try to say desaparecer on Spanish. So yeah, probably that.
Thank you. That is a lot better.
Yeah, that's my contribution to this. That's my contribution. Thank you.
I was going to say I would have completely butchered it if it was up to me, so
Yeah, me
thank
too.
you for that one.
Yeah, that's a lot better than anything I could have
I can
tried.
take the Japanese names or something, but not this one. Alright, and now for the last map that is not custom. Every single one after this one is going to be. It's going to be a very good song, very familiar song. If you've been around for a while, it's going to be Anesthesia by Vikala, or Toybot, I suppose. Oh wait, is it Mirage?
It is the Mirage.
Okay,
Insane,
sorry,
yeah.
that's the map set. This is a Mirage map.
Yep, it's a Toybot map set, but it's the Mirage map. It is, I mean, you see Mirage, you probably know what to expect, right? You see the Russian style of mapping, which focuses on pattern aim, you know, that slightly awkward aim here. And this song, I think, is also a bit of a classic, to be honest. It definitely should be recognizable.
Fact that no one cares about. This is the oldest song in my Osu files.
You know, fun
The
facts
first map
with
I ever
Aza.
added.
Fun facts with Aza. That's a fun fact. Thank you, Aza.
You're welcome.
And next to stream, or like next to aim, this actually has a fair amount of bursts, which are just there to, you know, mix it up a little bit. They aren't really the focus of the map, but they are there to just mix it up that much more, because no one really wants to single tap for like 5 minutes, right? Right, guys?
That is correct. But I mean, as you mentioned, yeah, this is going to be one of the more aim-heavy maps in the double time pool. We generally try to incorporate as much aim as we can, but it won't be over the top with aim. It's not going to be comparable to things like, you know, your Nomad one and your Hard Rock ones and stuff like that. But as you can see, some of the square patterns coming in there. It also features some bursts to make sure that, you know, you still feel the speed element to it as well. Mixes things up a little bit. But overall, this map is mostly here to test some form of aim, which is mostly focused around patterns and just awkward angles and things like that.
Oh yeah, fun fact, this difficulty is actually pretty old. Like, Mirage actually has a old map set of this one. and Toybot kind of just wanted to make a map to rank something in there, and I don't know how it happened, but like Mirage just kind of had his difficulty added to it.
And the song is so nostalgic for me as well. I was gonna say, like, as someone who started around like 2013, Charter was like one of the few dominant artists back then. At that time of playing, there was just so many maps.
And it's always nice to see some, you know, older songs to be repurposed or like just re-envisioned with like modern mapping. Well, Mirage might not be the how should we call it, like the modern mapping, right? But like because Mirage, like the Russian style of mapping is kind of old, right? With like starting with Evil Elvis and stuff like that.
All right, back to a bunch of custom maps now. Here's DT2 by Hypersight.
Yeah, this one is going to be a speed pick, and it is going to be a pretty damn draining one overall. This one has a lot of bursts, back to back especially. You're going to see a lot of 5-note bursts and a lot of triples. At 254 BPM, I believe, it's just going to be relentless in terms of how draining this kind of thing is. I think the speed players are probably going to like this one, but it takes a little bit of time to build up, but once it does, man, this map goes.
Yeah, this map's the speed map. This is what I would like to call the Dust Ice map. You know, it's pretty easy to like just envision a player skill set who's like niche in something. Like Hidden One is for me like an Acer map, I guess. This is like the Dust Ice map. It makes it, I guess, kind of easy to understand what we're talking about, like just to get on the same page. Yeah, this map has low aim requirement. It has mostly focus on short bursts and a few bursts in a row. It's like just not very streamy. Thank you to Hypersight for whipping this one out in short notice, and all the adjustments we had to get on this one over the past few days. It was a bit stressful for everyone involved, but I think the end result is definitely something we can be happy with.
Yeah, as I had a little bit of away time this week, this was one of the maps that I sort of came back to, and I was quite surprised. I mean, it turned out pretty good, especially considering the time frame and the amount of changes and work that went into it. And on top of that, I mean, it is a great speed pick. You can see already just like how many short bursts you've got back to back. Players are really going to be need to be on top of their game for this kind of map. It doesn't really have that much of an aim requirement, but there are some patterns that you could definitely miss on. But that is pretty much what the speed picks are here for, you know, you just focus pretty much solely on speed, making sure things feel fast and tricky. Also, thank you to Tony for the replay.
Yeah, also Hypersight is an elite mapper, and so, you know, by association, this will be an elite map.
Moving on now to the last DT, it's going to be a DT by Icecalt. The good old Icecalt Necrobutter Master, probably not fitting in the slot that you'd normally see him in, but this works.
Right, yeah, I mean, Icecalts, I was looking for more Fin Control mappers because things didn't really exist in the level and way we wanted it to be. And we got just Icecalt on board, and he was like, yeah, I want to do a Fin Control DT, I like those. So yeah, this is a Fin Control DT. Fin Control DT, this one focusing a lot more than the last week one on the actual Fin Control part of the, you know, the Fin Control DT. It doesn't have as many like longer streams. It's mostly focused on a lot of doubles and the question marks. Right?
Question mark sliders.
I mean, it's very important, you know. If you want to spam question mark pings on your teammates, this is the part to do it. Use your smoke tool for that one.
I gotta be honest, like, when you hear that sound in a song, I think a question mark is very justified to be mapped there, you know? Like, how do you map that?
Yeah, you can see a lot of variable stream lengths, which drain stamina quite considerably, so you need decent base level stamina for this. A little bit of aim control, you do have to aim some of these doubles properly.
Fours mentioned, there is a very, very light aim control element. This map used to have a lot more of that, but we definitely got it tuned down a little bit because we mostly wanted to focus on finger control for a round of 16. We didn't want to overdo things and have both aim control and finger control side by side. And I mean, obviously, I think we've nailed Ice Colt has nailed the finger control aspect with all the doubles and quads and just all sorts of things that you need for this map. It's definitely going to be a bit of a stamina drainer for some people. I mean, this BPM is pretty tough to have good finger control, and it's around 210. So I think this is going to be a solid difficulty level for round of 16, and I believe this will probably be a map that a lot of teams will go for in terms of niche skill sets. We might even see it be a high priority for bans too.
Yeah, this definitely seems like one of the harder maps, at least presented so far. It requires a bit of expertise at that specific thing. Let's get into free mods now. It's going to be Instinct by Sakuzio, mapped by Zelq.
Man, this map has to be one of my favorite in the entire pool. Like, this is just insane how good this turned out to be, because there's just so much pattern aim, there's some tricky streams. This basically has like everything you could possibly ask for to challenge people on a CS5 Air 8 map in free mod. It's going to be one of the maps which you could probably see some teams going with like a gigantic Hard Rock roster, especially if they don't have players who feel comfortable playing this on Air 8. But for the most part, this map is really, really nice. There's just, you know, a lot of flow aim patterns, a lot of tricky streams, and I mean, on Hard Rock CS 6.5, this is a precision battle. You need very, very good aim for this kind of thing. So I think it tests both mods very, very well.
Yeah, shoutouts to Corsairs for actually, you know, training some of these mappers here, like Panda and Zelq. And I'm just gonna, you know, pick the right fruits here. Like the mappers have practiced enough in Corsairs. I'm just stealing them. And you know, I think this is a really cool map.
Yeah, this looks really fun.
I think it's also one of those things where like the song really, really fits the map to me. Like this just feels like the combination of both is just really, really well done.
Yeah, as you can see, this is CS5 approach at 8.3, so not quite 8.0. There's definitely something which was missing from last week's poll, which focused a bit more on the push at 9 flat density to like get that going. But that was mostly due to last week's both free mods being picked. This one being custom, we have a bit more of choice when it comes to the values here.
Here's an absolute banger as the last free mod of the pool. It's going to be Endymion by Real Lazy. I believe it's a collab with Asilica as well. God, this song is so good.
I mean, this song is good. I mean, so far I think the songs have been pretty on point, right?
Yeah.
This is the first map by Asilica, and you know, the second one kind of by Real Lazy because this is a collab. Mostly initiated by Asilica. Yeah, this is 220 BPM. You see the burst here. I think the Nomad 5 of last week reminds you the most of this one, but this one has a lot more aim focus and has a short 1/3 section, which you have to pay attention to a little bit. This is also CS3, which is really big. So that's the way to balance this free mod, is by having bigger circles to make Hard Rock and Tail feel a little bit closer, because Hard Rock actually multiplies the circle size, and the higher the number, you know, the higher the multiplied number will be as well. So getting CS3, this is essentially like CS4 on Hard Rock. So that's completely fine for the Hard Rock piece.
Pretty much as you mentioned, yeah, this is going to feel like home for a lot of people when it comes to placing Hard Rock on in terms of that circle size, because, you know, I would say CS4 is probably one of the most common values that you see in mapping these days. And when it comes to this map on Hard Rock, the main difficulty comes from a lot of the aim and the accuracy aspect. Overall, the map is mostly difficult in terms of its speed, but as you can see, some of these patterns are quite tricky, and you have to realize that this map is AR 9.3 on 220 BPM. That is going to require some pretty decent reading skill for both Nomad and Hidden especially. Some of these patterns as well, just the way the streams sort of like stack into themselves and have a little bit of spacing, and here is the 1/3 section. things like this are going to be quite a challenge for both of these mods. But I think this is going to be one of the free mods which you won't really see many teams over-modding unless they feel very, very confident. But overall, very solid map. And thank you to Mod Advantage for the replay.
Alright, it is tiebreaker time with a familiar diff name. It's going to be a map by Captain One and Jonathan LFJ on Mirami Pop Aya.
I mean, this is a great song. I mean, you've got two great mappers collabing here. It is going to be a consistency map, which focuses on a mix between aim and some stream sections. It is pretty much the main thing that you want a tiebreaker to do. You know, you want it to break the tie on something that I would say is very, very common in this game. A lot of people have the ability to aim, a lot of people have the ability to stream, and this map is going to be the true test of that.
Alright, let's talk about the important thing, which is the replay player's name here, which is Type Toy less than 3 if you miss him. Shoutouts to Toy. Wonderful guy. He's not dead or anything, but you know, he's just not present right now in the commentator booth and playing for the USA team. But yeah, let's get back to the tiebreaker, which is, you know, that's an SS play by the way, by Habib, so that's pretty good. This one's pretty long, focuses on the aim aspect and a mix of streams as well. Essentially things that are very present in all of the pools. And I think this is a bit more in line of what people would expect of a tiebreaker. The tiebreaker last week was definitely an interesting one. Something, you know, I even wasn't sure after it being completed, but it ended up being pretty cool actually. This is more in line with what you would expect. No like weird timing funkiness. It is mostly about the raw skill aspect rather than being able to adjust your timing properly and having a lot of varied sections of the map.
Yeah, it's definitely safe to say that last week's tiebreaker was a case of like the chaotic evil, whereas this is probably more a case of like chaotic good in some sort of way.
Yeah, yes, it's Captain and Jonathan LFJ. That's pretty chaotic good, yeah, I would say so.
But yeah, in comparison to last week, we definitely have gone with something a little bit more simplistic, but still pretty difficult overall.
I think it's pretty much what you'd expect from a song like this, right?
Yeah, and if you have noticed, we actually do have the same mapper twice or like 1.5 times in a pool. This is because there's a lot of issues with like availability, level of skill sets some mappers can map. And the rule I'm definitely going for, like it used to be an unofficial rule that you don't have the same mapper twice in a single pool. The one rule I will definitely follow here is not having two custom maps of the same mapper in one pool. There might be a little bit overlap with like one picked and one custom map, which won't happen that often actually, because you know, just the lack of the picked maps won't really allow for that. But yeah, there will be a few overlaps here and there. I mean, for example, there's a collab between Jonathan LFJ and Captain here. There's like half each, and Jonathan LFJ has a picked map on number 1. It's like 1.5 times the kind of presence of a mapper, right?
Yeah, pretty much. And I mean, I want to say as well, thank you to all the mappers who have been really like helping out when it comes to all of these maps. I mean, we tried our best to look for as many things as possible and kind of realized that there just wasn't much out there. So having everyone get on board and assist with this process has definitely been making it really, really nice. And, you know, adapting to our schedules and their schedules. It's been a very, very interesting and new experience, but it's been a fun learning experience.
It's been a stressful experience. Let's be honest.
A mix between fun and it's stressful though. I mean, like it's fun when you see like the end products and what comes from it, but stressful in terms of just, you know, all the time management between like IRL and, you know, trying to balance like contacting so many mappers. Like I think there's over 50, 60, 70, something like that individual mappers. There's a lot more custom to come this year.
And if it's for the better or the worse, that's for you guys to decide, judging from the end product, right?
This round seems pretty good.
Yeah, it's actually fun to like actually be able to envision the way you would expect a pool to go and to want to be, while not taking too many compromises. Sure, you're still taking compromises, but a lot less as a map as a map holder, right? Like usually you take compromises where you actually think you're probably just taking a big L rather than a compromise. While here you're taking some fairly healthy compromises. Sure, sometimes the song choice would not be something you would like to have, but that is completely okay. As long as the map kind of fits of what it has to achieve, that's good enough for me. Also, shout out to Habib who got this replay like 3 hours ago. Thank you.
Incredible consistency, man. SS on a tiebreaker, which is like 5 minutes long? 6 minutes long, actually, sorry, my mistake.
Yeah, rookie mistake.
Yeah, it's pretty insane, actually.
Fun fact, we actually do have a few changes on some of the maps compared to the showcase. Nothing too big. Like this one's actually Project 9.5 and OD 9.2 after the changes. Like just a few changes like that, nothing too big. This is probably the most, I don't know, essential one for this map, I guess. But we'll try to get the maps into your guys' hand as soon as possible, getting stuff updated and uploaded. And for the player side, I will be handling the links as soon as possible. We'll get it to Walter also as soon as possible. And he will probably update the map pool then whenever it's possible.
Yeah, you can probably expect these things to be available within the next 24 hours or so, but hopefully sooner. So
that's
we'll
a beautiful, exactly 1 million points. My OCD is cured here.
Yeah, it's just so clean, so fresh on such a great map too.
Yeah, for once it's not like 1,000,001 or something. That happens a lot for some reason.
Yeah.
But anyway, that will be it for the Round of 16 map pool showcase. Thank you everyone for joining us. You'll get to see all your favorite players and all your favorite teams perform on this pool on the next weekend. Any closing thoughts, guys?
This is not the last time you're gonna hear from us, and this is not gonna be the last time you will hear us complain about the stress, but I hope the stress is worth it and you guys will enjoy the map pool.
Yeah, pretty much what Force said, and yeah, to add to that, just I hope that you guys enjoy the map pool, and I hope that the teams have a lot of fun playing against each other in these matches with this map pool.
Alright, well, with that being said, thank you so much for joining us this weekend. Round of 32 is now over, and yeah, it's time for some more exciting matches. Be sure to tune in next week, and we'll see you soon.
Thanks for watching.
Goodbye.
Drop it.